Testing, 1, 2, 1, 2, ABC, ABC. I say, is this thing working? 1, 2, 1, 2, ABC, ABC. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Here is an announcement. My name is Arkley Barnett, and I'm your stage manager for the evening. 15 minutes, please. This is the quarter. 15 minutes, thank you. Thank you very much.
Oh, how many times I've heard those words, I wonder. I've lost count. Magical words that tell me I've got 15 minutes to curtain up. A new performance, a new audience. I'm a happy person by nature, but never so happy as when I'm singing and performing. A life of music. 15 minutes, please. A childhood ambition realized. What are you going to do when you grow up, Hilda? Well, I'm going on the stage. I'm going to sing. But this particular performance was to mark for me the culmination of my career, a career that has had its ups and downs and has experienced the elation of success and the occasional tinge of disappointment and sadness. It was the evening of the Royal Variety performance at the Drury Lane Theatre, London, in November 1979, and I was to be presented to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. As I watched Her Majesty move down the row of smiling, youthful faces, the emotion of the occasion suddenly brought memories and images of my own life flooding before my eyes. Looking at those young people stretching down the corridor, I felt as if I was somehow looking back down the long, winding corridor of my own life.
Way through life, I'm happy and free, smiling bravely when facing strife, shrugging off sorrow, I've joy here to borrow. My heart sings, I've good friends around, no sadness, all pleasures abound, so it's welcome, this wonderful sound, I'm dancing my way through life.
Chapter 1. A Pram with a View. The clocks had just chimed 8 on a bitterly cold winter's morning in 1918 when Dr. Duncan's trap drew to a halt outside the main entrance of Bracket Towers, and the good doctor panted up the main stairs to a little room on the top floor to find that I'd beaten him to it. Well, naturally, I don't remember it being bitterly cold myself, but Mother always maintains that it was the water gushing from the burst pipe in the roof that really started me off in the world. The papers carried the news of the happy event a few days later in what I've always looked upon as one of my most important notices. Bracket. On 23rd of January 1918 at Bracket Towers, Kent, to Lieutenant Osbert and the Honourable Veronica née Fifield, a daughter. Hilda Nemone, a sister for Gilbert. No flowers, please. I've never discovered how that final sentence came to be included, but fortunately neither that nor the inclusion of the announcement under the heading In Memoriam clouded my future horizons. My father, Osbert Bracket, was the most recent in a long line of male Brackets, traced right back to the Plantagenets that had proudly served as soldiers of the Crown. He had started his military career in India, like many young officers at the turn of the century. In 1899, he had been attached to the Coet Light Horse, which for a young subaltern of 18 was a demanding and frequently uncomfortable position to maintain. Nevertheless, father bore those early years with characteristic Bracket fortitude, and as he rose in rank, he grew to love the life of the northwest frontier and won the respect of the wild tribesmen under his control. My mother came from a well-established northern family, the Fifields of Stebley Moult, Cheshire. The family is first recorded on paper in a book written in 1758, of which my mother is in possession of the only known copy. She was brought up according to the accepted practice of her day, in which girls were expected to learn to sew, do pettipoint and embroidery, and marry at an early age. Well, Mother did marry at an early age, but not before she'd been in the theatre, which may not seem very unusual today, but which caused quite a stir before the Great War. We even know many title girls were going into the theatre as Gaiety girls. It was still considered to be unthinkable in one's own daughter, and my grandparents were mortified when they heard what Mother intended to do, although they really had only themselves to blame. Lord and Lady Fifield, or Granny and Grandpa Fifield, as we always called them as children, were very hospitable people, and frequently entertained at their lovely Queen Anne home. On one of these occasions, they invited an actress to join the company, which absolutely thrilled my mother. I remember her saying to me, "Oh, Hilda, I was fascinated by her. She was so elegant, and the way in which she removed her gloves and put them on the chair, and then sat with her hand on her parasol, bolt upright, wearing a beautiful hat, enthralled me. Oh, she was the centre of attention." Having been inspired by this actress singing at the piano one evening, my mother told her parents that she wanted to sing on the stage, which upset them greatly. "An actress in our house is one thing when she is visiting," commented my grandfather, "but having one living in the house, and my own daughter at that, oh, no, no, no." Mother stuck to her guns, though, and persuaded a friend, Helen de Guer, before she left Pontefract, to introduce her to George Edwards, much against my grandmother's wishes. As soon as he heard her sing, he put her on the stage right away, and she achieved her ambition of singing the songs of the day almost overnight. However, she'd only been on the stage about a year when she met my father, and that changed everything. Luckily, Mother has always been a very adaptable person. Occasionally she has a longing for the old days on the boards, but she always said to me, "Well, you have taken over. You're doing what I would have been doing, Hilda. But then if I hadn't married, I would never have had you wonderful children." Their meeting was terribly romantic. It was almost like the plot of an opera. Father was home on a few months' leave in 1913, when one evening he met some friends, and after dinner at his club, they decided to go to a show. By chance, they went to the theatre in which Mother was performing, and my father fell in love with her at first sight. Oh, she was a very beautiful woman, with a most attractive personality, and she has retained this great character and her lovely looks throughout the years. She is a person of whom I can truthfully say she has aged gracefully. I only wish we could all do the same. After the show, my father went to the stage door and said to her, "My colleague and I would like to take you and a friend of yours to dinner." They were going to the Ivy, which I did not go into for years. Anyhow, Mother said, "Oh, I'm terribly sorry, but I'm afraid we don't know you." However, Father was there again the next night with more flowers, and this time Mother relented. "Well, he seemed such a nice man," she always says, "and he looked so smart in his uniform that my friend and I agreed to go." They took us to the Ivy, and we had the most wonderful evening. Father actually proposed to her that night, but she turned him down, saying, "Oh, no. 2 days of saying, 'Will you come to dinner?' and then one dinner is too sudden, I'm afraid." However, he soon became a frequent visitor at Stebley Moult, and after a few months he asked a second time, and this time my mother said yes. The Fifields were very charming people, of course, but after my mother went on the stage, there was some cooling between her and her parents, and I have a feeling that she was not always terribly happy at home after that. She never did get on very well with her mother. They were married in the autumn of 1914, only a few weeks after the outbreak of the Great War, in the village church at Stebley Moult. Mother wore oyster-coloured velvet, and her beautiful dark glossy hair was drawn up in the style of the day. Father was married in his full-dress uniform, and looked magnificent in the scarlet tunic set off by his flashing medals and sword. They went to Madeira for their honeymoon, and then took a ship from Gibraltar to Bombay. They were in India for 18 months, during which time my brother Gilbert was born. But then Father was recalled to fight in the trenches. He was always a very modest man, and I never remember him saying anything about his time fighting in France. There would be many occasions when he would take himself off to his little room, sometimes for hours on end, and I think his experiences in the front line might have had some bearing on this. He was always devoted to my mother, and even though there were 15 years between their ages, this never caused any great friction. In many respects, he was almost a father to her, but this never seemed to matter. My grandfather Bracket died in 1917, and my father, as the eldest son, inherited the title and the family home, Bracket Basing in Kent. My father was now able to rely on the security of the estate, and we 3 children were able to grow up in the most wonderful family home imaginable. My parents moved from their little house near the Staff College at Camberley, where father had been stationed, and took possession of Bracket Towers on Saturday, 17th of November, 1917, which by a happy coincidence was St. Hilda's Day, and I was born less than 10 weeks later. Bracket Towers is situated in the picturesque village of Bracket Basing, not far from Romney Marsh. The oldest surviving parts of Bracket Towers date back to the 14th century, though there have been many alterations, due principally to the Great Fire in 1428, that completely destroyed the kitchen wing. No one is really certain how the fire started, though the likeliest cause is an ox, which became rather too well done on one side. Like many old buildings, it has an aura of history that you feel as soon as you emerge from the long fur-lined drive and see the front door for the first time. Although the front door itself is almost Gothic in appearance, if you stand back, you will see that it is surrounded by wonderful Elizabethan brickwork in that distinctive herringbone pattern, which looks rather like a heavy tweed coat. On the left-hand side of the hall, there is a magnificent fireplace, which is a very early example of an ingle nook, though made from heavy stone instead of the more familiar red brick and cement. At either end of the mantelpiece there are stone lions, adding to the awesome impression of the fireplace. Most children find it very frightening, although we frequently used it as a hiding place when we were younger. The other prominent feature of the hall is the beautiful carved staircase that sweeps up from the centre of the hall to the right. This is made of beechwood and pine, which has developed a wonderful glow after centuries of loving attention, making it look almost like mahogany. We used to love sliding down the banisters as children, though it could be a trifle hazardous as the stairs take a turn, and if you slid down too quickly, you found yourself hurtling into the butler's pantry. When I was born, the grounds of the towers covered 146 acres altogether, but since then parts have been sold off for development, although we have still hung on to a fair amount still. One of Father's great favourites was the miniature maze at the towers. He used to get furious with Gil and myself when we got lost inside and just crawled out underneath because it ruined all the hedges for future years. We used to send children we disliked into the maze and say, "See you in a couple of minutes." Of course, they took ages to find their way out again, and we used to go off and play by ourselves while they were out of the way. Of course, today, the house and the grounds are open to the public during the summer months. My mother takes a great part even now, and she can often be found by the gate on busy days, helping people who come in. I always feel that the house adopts the personality of the people who live in it. When you rent a house, you can easily tell if it is a happy house or a sad one. In a happy house, everyone feels at home. I think one of the greatest compliments a guest can pay you is falling asleep in your company. It's happened to me countless times when I've been chatting with people after tea, and I've never minded in the slightest. In fact, I've rather grown to expect it. Now, my father would have reacted quite differently. "Oh, dashed rude of that fellow falling asleep like that," he would have said. But Mother looked upon it as a compliment, just as I do. The happiness all of us felt at Bracket Towers was indicated in the way that the servants invariably stayed with us for years. At the head of the domestic staff was our dear old butler Cork, who I believe was known affectionately as Aggie, although we never called him that. His family had been living on the estate for years, and he had started working as a garden boy when he was still very young. However, He gradually worked his way up through the household until he became butler, and his son is still there today. He had various nicknames. Gil called him Corky for a long time. I don't think any of us knew his Christian name. Cork always wore white gloves when he was serving at table, and they fitted him as well as Mother's evening gloves fitted her. I used to adore it when he came to my seat and held the salver for me to help myself to whatever was inside. We were very fortunate in being brought up by open-minded parents. Now, most of our friends were brought up by parents who believed in the rule that children should be seen and not heard, and they usually ate their meals in a separate room. However, when we were 7 or 8 years old, we were allowed to sit properly on a dining room chair, and on very special evenings, Father would sometimes give us permission to stay up after our bedtime and eat dinner formally at the dining room table. I think this must have shocked a lot of their contemporaries. A cook was another long-serving member of the household. Now, her real name was Mrs. Narroway, but she was always known to us as Cook. I remember she made wonderful creme brulees and marvellous sauces. Mother used to remark on Cook's amazing sauce, but Father used to say, "It's a pity the same can't be said of her cheek." I never understood what he meant by that when I was a child, and I'm not altogether sure that I understand it now. However, she was certainly a marvel in the kitchen. Cook stayed with us until I went away, but soon after that she became poorly and had to give up work. I believe she had very bad housemaid's knee, which Dr. Hinge suffers from occasionally, though I can never imagine why. I asked Alice, the housemaid, if she had had it, and she said, "Oh no, Miss Elder, I ain't never had it," which confused me even more. I couldn't understand why the cook should have had it, and not one of the housemaids. However, of all the servants that worked at Bracket Towers, I think the one that I liked best was Pepper, the head gardener. On the rare occasions he came to the kitchen door, he seldom came inside. He would stand on the threshold and say, "No, my place is in the garden." And that was where he was happiest. He lived in a little one-up and one-down cottage on the edge of the park. It was a dear little home, with a thatched roof and masses of birds' nests under the eaves, and in the summer the delphiniums used to grow right up to the windowsill, and when he opened the windows they used to part the flowers because they were so tall. I enjoyed going into his little house even more than the servants' room in the top of the towers. He used to cook all his food in an old heavy iron pot, hung from a hook over the fire. He cooked absolutely everything in that pot, meat, vegetables, soups, and sometimes puddings. So over the years the smell became quite unique, and so much so that I always wanted to eat one of his meals, but I never did. Mother used to say, "Now you're not to go in there," whenever I told her I was going to Pepper's house. I think she thought that it was not too clean. We all had great respect for Pepper, and never went into the kitchen garden to help ourselves to anything without first asking his permission. Even Mother, when she was picking flowers, would consult Pepper. They looked very amusing together, Mother wearing a beautiful summer hat and a long trailing scarf, carrying her trug, and Pepper following her round the herbaceous border with a large knife and secateurs, looking for all the world like a desperado, though he really had a heart of gold. Oh, he was terribly sweet, and obviously adored her. He would sometimes pick an extra piece of rosemary and give it to her, saying, "Here, madam, put this in with them. Rosemary, for remembrance." My mother had the same degree of respect for our nanny, Florence. Florence was really one of the old school. She always wore a starched apron, starched cuffs, and a funny little hat that seemed to cover one eye. It was rather full at the front, and was held in place by a piece of elastic at the back. Florence was very gentle with all of us, even Gil, who could be very naughty at times. Even though Nanny was like another mother to us in many ways, we had an affection for her which was quite different from that which we felt for our parents, and this was due primarily to the interest and the loving concern that both parents showed us. Although Father was very traditional in many respects, he was strangely young for his years. I always remember the tremendous excitement that we felt whenever they were getting ready to go out anywhere in evening dress. If we were in bed, we could hear them laughing and joking with each other as they dressed in their separate rooms or made the finishing touches in front of the cheval mirrors in the little dressing room. When they were ready, they would come up and see the three of us before they went out. Oh, they looked wonderful together, and they smelt heavenly. Father used a special soap that you can no longer buy now, and after shaving, his shiny, ruddy complexion was so smooth and clean that he looked almost too dashing to be real. I remember them going off on one very special evening, and Father decided that they should travel in a very old carriage that was still in one of the outhouses in the stable yard. The grooms had spent days cleaning and refurbishing this carriage, and when my parents drove off in the evening, the whole household gathered on the steps to see them off. They looked like the king and queen. Mother was wearing a new pair of beautiful sheer kid gloves that came right up above her elbows, and she looked terribly regal as she waved to us. They used to call those gloves 16-button, which always confused me. I used to ask Mother, if they're 16-button gloves, why have they only got 3 buttons? I don't think Mother really knew the answer either, because she always replied, "Oh, don't ask silly questions, Hilda." As well as being a wonderful mother, she was a special friend to all of us, and the family really revolved round her. As we grew up and changed, Mother changed with us, and somehow she's always managed to remain at the centre of family life. She and Father were thrilled when Gil was born, and from the start he was destined to be a soldier. Although less distinguished than Father in his career, Gil enjoyed army life immensely, although like many who spend much of their time shouting, he lost his voice over the years. However, my sister-in-law is a great help in that respect. She makes up for Gil's vocal inefficiencies in the nicest possible way, and is very big in the WI. I came into the world singing, or at least certainly making a lot of noise, though I am told I was very quiet at the christening. I think I might have been overawed wearing the family christening robe, and that probably kept my mind off what was happening to me. I like to think I've always possessed a good sense of occasion. My nephew Julian looked lovely in the christening robe too. He is Elspeth's only son. Although she's only 3 years younger than me, I still look upon Elspeth as a little girl. She was certainly the prettier of the two of us. She has a lovely pair of legs, and has kept her figure beautifully over the years. I always feel that it's a great pity that Elspeth never had a daughter to pass her looks on to, though in many ways Julian has a lot of mother in him, although he is really pure Armitage, like his father Cake Armitage of the merchant banking family. Elspeth and her family live quietly in Epsom and like it very much, so we seldom see anything of them except if there is a large family gathering. Julian comes separately, of course, with a friend. Even when we were children, Elspeth, being the youngest, was slightly out on a limb, whereas Gil and I were inseparable. Oh, we were tomboys together. One of our favourite games was to dress up in our parents' clothes. I would put on Father's tails, while Gil got into one of Mother's evening dresses. On one ghastly occasion, as we were coming downstairs, Gil accidentally walked on the hem of his dress, tripped, lost his balance, and went careering down the staircase and straight into a priceless Chinese vase that used to stand in the hall. There was a terrible crash, and then a sickening silence as we waited petrified to see who would appear first. Well, fortunately, it was Cock. He came out looking very grave, and when he saw what had happened, he looked very, very stern indeed. However, he could see that we were terrified, and he said, "Well, we'll say nothing for the time being." We tried to explain what had happened and why Gil was wearing one of Mother's evening dresses and why I was in Father's tails, but Cork just said, "Well, children will always be children, however old they are." And that was that. Mother often wondered how our evening dress had been torn, but the main thing was to put away Father's tails before he found out what had happened, and I don't think they ever associated the broken vase with either Gil or me. Of course, there were times we were really naughty and punished by our parents. There was one awful incident when Gil and I were playing in the greenhouse just before church one Sunday morning. Gil was in his best suit, and I was wearing a very pretty little blue and white smock dress and black shoes. I think we'd been sent in there to pick 2 buttonholes for the service, but I'd been distracted by the watering hose that Pepper had left attached to a little brass tap in the corner, and I said to Gil, "Oh, let's play thunderstorms. You bang the watering can, and I'll put on the hose." I remember having seen Pepper put his finger over the end of the hose to make a fine spray, and I tried to do the same thing with devastating results. In the first few seconds, Gil was soaked to the skin. We started to laugh, and I continued spraying him with water. Then I put the end of the hose in Gil's top pocket, and all the water rushed through his jacket and poured out of his sleeves. By this time we were absolutely soaking wet, and having the time of our lives, when suddenly the door of the greenhouse opened, and in walked Mother. She didn't say a word, but leant over, turned off the tap, and then lifting her skirts above the pools of water, walked across to Gil and took the hose out of his pocket. Then she hit me across the backside with it, and taking both of us by the hand, marched us out of the greenhouse. We were sent straight up to our rooms, where Nanny undressed us and put us into our respective beds. This was in fact the worst punishment of all, because it was a beautiful day, and we had to spend the whole time in bed, bored and with nothing to do. Mother laughs about the incident now, but at the time my pride was terribly hurt, and I felt terribly ashamed. Gil and I used to spend hours playing together, and we always shared our toys with each other. Unlike most girls, I was never very fond of dolls, and nevertheless I had been given a beautiful doll's house which I adored playing with. It had everything you could imagine, right down to a little bathroom with plugs that pulled out of the bath and basins. I used to spend days taking all the furniture out and cleaning it every spring before putting it all back in again. It had floors covered with paper that made it look like parquet flooring, and all the walls were covered with pretty wallpapers that I used to change round from time to time. When he was older, Gil completely wired the doll's house with tiny electric lights and batteries, which was terribly fiddly to do, but which had the most wonderful effect, and made us the envy of all our friends. Although Bracket Towers played such an important part in my early years, it would be wrong to imagine that we never went away from home. For example, we used to spend long periods in the summer staying with Granny Fifield at Stebley Moult. Those summer days seemed interminably long, as many people of my age never tire of saying. I suppose when you get to my age, life seems to be slipping away very quickly, but when you are little, thoughts like that never enter your head. We lived a rather different life at Stebley Moult from the one we were accustomed to at home. We used to go down to the village in a pony and trap to collect the groceries and the mail. All the milk used to be delivered from the farm in big churns, and I used to love helping the maids to pour the milk into huge mint and china bowls to keep it fresh in the pantry. Apart from the milk and the pony and trap to the village, my memories of those days at Stebley Moult are clouded in a delightful haze of long, hot summer days, picnics in the fields, and riding on the farm carts as they were bringing in the harvest in late August. We children enjoyed ourselves immensely, but I had the feeling all the time that my mother could not wait to return home to the Towers. Nothing was ever said, of course, but even when we were little, we could sense a slight tension between Mother and Granny Fifield. Mother was so carefree and fun-loving, while Granny lived in splendid isolation in the front of the house, and never went into the kitchen throughout her whole married and widowed life. Perhaps that is why I remember so little about the food at Stebley Moult. Mother's sister Aunt Winifred used to come and stay from time to time, but she stopped coming when we were older, and we saw very little of her after that. We saw even less of my father's younger sister, Aunt Beatrice. But that was understandable. There had been a great tragedy in Beatrice's life. When she was still more than a little girl, she'd fallen deeply in love with a porter at the railway station at Bracket Basing, and they had wanted to marry. But this was quite impossible in those days. It was the old story of never marry above your station, and of course the porter lived there. Poor Beatrice never got over this, and now rarely leaves her room on the top floor next to the servants. I suppose when I think about it, there was a lot of sadness in my childhood world, especially in the years immediately after the Great War. But even so, I think they were the most impressive years of my life, and they were certainly the happiest. I was free from problems. I was a member of a warm, loving family, and I lived in a wonderful home. I did not really have a lot of chums, though this never seemed to matter, as I never felt the need to look outside the towers for my enjoyment. Or some of the children from the village used to come to play in the paddock with Gil and me, but we had no very close friends, until we went to school.
How we laughed with a gaiety that had no sting, looking back through memory's haze, we well know life has nothing sweeter than in springtime. Golden days when we're young, golden days.
Chapter 2. Budding Flowers. I was 7 years old when my parents decided that the time had come for me to go to school. Living in the country, there was not really a great deal of choice for a girl like me, and they quickly decided that I should begin my education at a nearby convent, St. Audrey's. I remember very little about my first day there, except for a sense of terror when I first saw the nuns. Everything about them seemed to make a noise. Some had strange creaks that came from underneath their habits, and they all had long strings of beads that rattled against each other whenever they moved. Sister Ruth was my favourite nun. Oh, she was awfully nice. She used to call the register in the morning, and if anyone was missing, she was very friendly. She would say sweetly, "Where is Sally today?" Never, "Where's that truant Sally then?" like Mother Roger, the Mother Superior. I also liked Sister Ruth because of the interest she took in my music. Of course, all the nuns knew that Mother had been a singer, but some of them disapproved. Sister Ruth took a great interest, however, and whenever she met my mother at open days, she would ask, "Do you think we're doing the right thing for Hilda musically?" And Mother always said she was certain they were doing the best they could. Our school day used to start at 7:30. At least it should have done, but I hated getting up. So Nanny usually had to come up and drag off the bedclothes before I got washed and dressed. We travelled to school in a pony and trap driven by Mr. Soames, who used to come up from the village to collect us every morning at 8:15. We used to hear the trap rattling up the drive and crunching through the gravel just as we were finishing the last mouthfuls of our breakfast. Then there would be a fearful rush down the stairs from the nursery and out the front door to see who could be in the trap first. I usually beat Elspeth as I was bigger, but I frequently forgot my satchel, which meant climbing all the way back up the top of the house to fetch it. The way to school passed through Bracket Basing, and every morning Miss Prout from the post office used to wave to us from the doorway. I think she must have had a soft spot for Mr. Soames, because he often stopped off there to buy his tobacco, and when he came out, he usually had a stick of barley sugar or a stick of licorice for each of us. Of course, we were not supposed to eat this until after school, but I used to start mine straight away, although it was difficult to conceal the black smudges around my mouth. St. Audrey's had been built originally as a large Georgian farmhouse, which made it ideally suited as a school. In those days, everything was taught from the blackboard, and I do not remember having very many textbooks. Our blackboard stood on a large frame of polished pine, which had 3 pegs to match, even though only 2 of the pegs were needed to hold it up. Apart from music, which was looked on more as a way of life at St. Audrey's than a school lesson, the only subjects we were taught were English, history, geography, needlework, and what we would call domestic science today. I found the first 3 subjects easy, especially English, but needlework was always a headache. I could manage to sew, but I was never brilliant at it, and I certainly did not enjoy it as much as many of the other girls, especially Elspeth. Our domestic science classes were very unimaginative. The one that sticks most firmly in my memory is the day we made potato soup. We were all told to bring a jug to school so that we could each take some of the soup home after we'd made it. One girl brought a milk bottle, which, being made of glass, cracked as soon as the hot soup was poured into it, scattering soup and broken glass all over the place. The poor boarders were supposed to be having the soup that night because Reverend Cook was having a night off, but they went hungry. As soon as I got home, Mother said, "Well, we're not going to drink that, are we?" and promptly poured it all down the sink. The most enjoyable part of the convent was playing rounders. I really felt that I had an instrument in my hand whenever I was batting. Oh, yes. I did not like having the ball thrown at me, and that might have been why I was so good at hitting it. But whenever I made contact with my bat, the ball seemed to go for miles, and everyone wanted Hilda Bracket to play on their side. Hockey and lacrosse were never favourite games of mine. They both seemed rather dangerous. Now, Evadne used to adore lacrosse, though in fact she still has a lacrosse stick on the back of her bedroom door at Stackton Trestle. It bangs every time she goes in or comes out. The best kind of playing took place during the breaks between lessons. In the summer, we used to rush into the big field that lay behind the convent and always smelt of newly mown hay in June. When the stooks were still in the field, we played hide-and-seek in and out of them, and then we would spend all the next lesson picking grass out of our clothes and hair. I frequently spent all my lessons sitting at the back of the classroom looking at that field in a lovely daydream. The school day finished at 3:30, and, if we had been good, at 3:00. We were given stars to stick in our books if we had done well in the lessons, and depending on how many stars we had collected, we were allowed to finish school half an hour early, or we had to do an extra half an hour's work. Mr. Soames used to collect Elspeth and me at 3:30, which meant we were usually home by 4:00. Between then and tea time, we were allowed to do whatever we wanted. We used to climb trees or help Mother if she was arranging flowers, but my favourite occupation was finding Pepper and seeing what he was up to. I always enjoyed helping him in the garden, especially when he was using his dibber. Pepper used to stand with his dibber in his hand, making holes in the freshly dug earth, and I used to drop the seeds into the holes before he covered them over. He never minded me helping him. In fact, he used to say, "Well, Miss Hilda, you can only learn by watching and listening." And in many cases, he was absolutely right. I have always preferred being practical, probably because I love being involved with things. At school, I always wanted to be singled out to sing a solo or demonstrate a dance, but I hated being asked the question in front of the others. Although I used to daydream and frequently had to stand in the corner as a punishment, I found that many of the other girls were jealous of me. I had one friend at school called Rupert, who always made Gil very envious when he came to play with us during the holidays. Rupert used to bring me presents and flowers that he picked from the garden, which made me awfully happy, which infuriated Gil, who thought that Rupert was trying to come between the two of us. Of course he was quite wrong. After all, we were just children. I remember one occasion when Rupert was terribly sweet to me. I'd lost my badge somewhere, and he gave me his so I would not get into trouble, although he knew he would be punished himself. Our badges were like metal brooches and were attached to our hats by safety pins. The nuns were very strict about our appearance, and anyone appearing without their badge used to be told off very sternly, especially if they were frequently in trouble, as I used to be. However, on this occasion, Rupert noticed that my badge had been taken and quickly gave me his before I was found out. Now, I don't think I really thanked him properly for doing that. He certainly seemed to expect something from me after that, anyway. Unfortunately, the only person from St. Audrey's with whom I ever kept up afterwards was Miss O'Toole, who taught us elocution. She was, well, slightly eccentric, but terribly sweet, and came every Tuesday and Thursday mornings. Before the lesson started, she would walk slowly around the room, enunciating and breathing very deeply. She used to tell us, "The only way to speak correctly is to enunciate perfectly and breathe deeply." Whenever she wanted to emphasize something dramatically, Miss O'Toole would walk over to the vase of flowers that we always brought her. In complete silence, she would pick out one of the flowers, turn to the class, and then repeat loudly and clearly what she'd just said while putting the flower in one of her buttonholes. I say one buttonhole because she always wore dresses that buttoned from the neck right down to her ankles, which were considered very old-fashioned even then. If the lesson had been particularly important, there would be several flowers attached to her dress at the end, and by the time we all went to lunch, she would be covered with a line of wilting flowers stretching all the way down the front of her dress, which made her look rather like a collapsed flower stall at a garden fete, especially as she was very amply proportioned. She was able to advise me on developing my voice, and we used to write to each other quite regularly until I went away to Italy. But I never heard from her again, and when I inquired at St. Audrey's, they were rather guarded in disclosing her whereabouts. All they said was she had chosen to develop her interest in flowers at the expense of her teaching, which I took as a polite way of saying that she'd gone round the bend. By the time I left St. Audrey's at the age of 12 to go to Sandaldine, Gil had already gone to Harrow. Oh, I can still remember the day he left as clearly as if it were yesterday. Mother came too. It was a lovely autumn day. Pepper and Cork carried his new trunk down to the car, and Gil came out wearing his uniform for the first time, looking very smart and rather smaller than usual. Mother had wisely bought his clothes with the idea that he would grow into them, which he did several years later. He did not seem the least perturbed himself, but Mother was awfully upset as Father drove him away down the drive. We soon cheered up there when he began to bring friends home for the holidays. One of these, Sebastian, was the son of an earl. Oh, he was terribly sweet to me when I was about 15, and kept wanting me to go for a walk with him in the grounds. I used to take him round Pepper's kitchen garden, but he didn't seem very interested in that, which was very strange. He always wanted to go into the maze, but I told him, "Well, you can go in if you like, but I know it inside out," and he stopped coming after that. Gil did help him out in the end. I've often wondered if I should have helped him, but there was something that stopped me going in there. My parents had chosen Sandaldine for me after discussing schools with other parents. Lots of well-known girls from very good families had been educated there, and of course it had always been famous for turning out such accomplished girls. Elspeth came with me that first time, though I think she was even more frightened than I was, and just as I was saying goodbye to them all, she pushed her little teddy bear into my hand to help keep me company. I had decided that the way to overcome the trepidation I was feeling was to look upon my arrival as that of a famous actress, and that is really how I played my first day at school. I had not long set foot inside the school though when I met Flavia Checkets, and we hit it off immediately, becoming chums from the word go. She and I were terrors at Sandaldine. We were always going off together. We used to go for long walks and could never be found when anybody wanted us. We used to talk and talk about our homes and our families. Boyfriends never raised their heads. Flavia was a charming girl and very talented in some respect. She always knitted her own twin sets. We used to have midnight feasts in the dorm, and Flavia and I always had much more to eat than any of the others. After the holidays we always had a little extra money and nearly a full tuck box. I had a bookcase in my room with very deep shelves, and I found that if I kept the books right at the front, there was enough space behind them to hide little tins of fruit and other delicacies. If Mother had found out, she would have been even angrier than the house mistress. Mother always used to say, "Nothing out of a tin, Hilda." But I used to get so hungry sometimes that I was very grateful for my little store. I know on the day I left, I was halfway down the drive for the last time when I realized I'd forgotten a little tin of strawberries, I very nearly went back to fetch them, but in the end I didn't. I suppose they might still be there. Though I had to knuckle down to the usual humdrum school subjects, just like all the others, there were school plays as compensation, and I still pride myself that some of my most moving performances were given before the appreciative audiences at Sandaldine. My Falstaff was a particular favourite, and I like to think that my performance might have contributed in some small way to the decision never to perform another of Shakespeare's history plays again during my time in the school. Well, they realised that the role could never be played in quite that way by anyone but me. My mother said to me after the performance, "Hilda dear, if Shakespeare had been alive, he'd have turned in his grave." I felt very pleased. I had taken special care over my makeup. I copied a portrait at home of my great-great-great-grandfather, Matthew Bracket, and when I made my first entry, there was an audible gasp in the audience. Matthew Bracket had been a most unusual-looking man. My chief regret was that there was no song for Falstaff, but I succeeded in slipping in a few snatches of bawdy song here and there, which were completely unrehearsed, but which had a tremendous impact on the audience. The strange thing was that so few of the staff seemed as pleased with my performance as the other girls. Miss Brinks, in particular, was distinctly cold to me after the curtain had come down for the last time. She was in charge of the lighting for Henry IV when I played Falstaff, but when she arrived for the dress rehearsal, we'd no idea what had happened to her, nor, I suspect, had she. For some reason, she was dressed in trousers, a green corduroy jacket, full makeup, and no hairnet. I've never liked women in trousers, except in trouser roles in some plays, but the sight of Miss Brinks climbing up a ladder to a lighting box on that occasion was one of the most frightening things I have ever seen. Flavia was very charitable and said that perhaps Miss Brinks was a frustrated actress, but I felt there was far more to it than that. Of course, I sang in the school choir throughout my time at Sandaldine, under the careful direction of the choir mistress, Mrs. Gint. She had great spirit. A husband died during my second year at school, and the whole choir went to sing at his funeral. Unfortunately, the organ was out of order, and poor Mrs. Gint had to accompany us on an old harmonium wheeled to the front of the altar rails. This harmonium could not have been used for years because it was covered in dust. One of the bellows had a leak which made it squeak. So, all the way through the first hymn, there was this awful squeaking sound accompanying the sombre dirge. Flavia nudged me during the second verse, and by the time we started on the last but one, we were both having fits of the giggles, when suddenly Mrs. Gint stopped playing and looked up at us to say, "Oh, I do wish poor Edward was here to hear this. How it would make him laugh." I suppose I became something of a star in the choir, but none of the other girls seemed to mind, though I think my powers of organisation, which I inherited from father, helped to smooth over any differences between us. Unlike most of my contemporaries, I was not very fashion-conscious, or certainly far less so than I am today. The only tradition I did enjoy was that of dressing for dinner, which I've always liked, as I think it's a compliment to one's host. I know it's an old-fashioned idea today, but I still think that it is rather nice. I was really introduced to this practice while I was at Sandaldine, when I began to go out in the evenings for the first time with my parents during the school holidays. On very special occasions, we would go to London to see a show and have dinner in town afterwards. I remember going to see Bittersweet with Evelyn Leigh. Oh, she looked so beautiful, with all that golden hair and in those gorgeous costumes. She was a great influence on me, because I played Sari Linden, the 17-year-old ingenue role, later. On these occasions when we went to town, we used to stay with father's relations, which added to the sense of occasion, although as far as I was concerned, the theatre was always the high spot of any visit to London. The curtain did not even need to go up. I was excited at simply setting foot inside the building. Once I was in my seat, looking at the proscenium arch, and waiting for the lovely velvet drapes to swish back, revealing a fabulous set, I was in a trance. It was like being in another world. I was not conscious of anyone else around me until the curtain fell. That is the way I've always seen it, and all my impressions of the theatre came from those early years. They've stayed with me, and over the years have helped me to create and sustain all my different roles. That sense of magic and power of imagination are two of my most fortunate gifts. The cinema was just coming into its own during my adolescence. I remember seeing a couple of early silent films with Mary Pickford, who I used to think was terribly pretty. The trouble was that even then we laughed at the way they walked so quickly on the screen, knowing that nobody really walked like that. The only thing I did not like about the cinema, however, was sitting in the dark during the afternoon. I did not like going into the dark to watch something when it was a lovely day outside. But that was as a result of coming from the country, I suppose. I think it is terrible that television today has killed off absolutely everything, including conversation. Dr. Hinge and I do not have a television, of course. We are great fans of the wireless, though there again they've taken away some of our favourite programmes. I still miss the Dales. I worry even now about Mags and Monument. I'm sure nobody does about characters on the television once they've gone. However, my nephew Julian has a nice big coloured one. We visit him once a month for a change to have a look at it, but I don't miss it really, though it's very nice at the time. But when you get to our age, too much of it is bad for your eyes. I was far more fascinated by pictures of a different kind, however, and although I will never be famous for my painting, it has been a hobby of mine since my days at Sandaldine. Of course, I saw all the great galleries in Italy while I was studying there, but in spite of seeing all the wonderful works of the Renaissance, I still prefer Constable's paintings. I adore his countryside, because it reminds me so much of my memories from childhood. Of course, adolescence for every girl is the time when she feels the first flutterings of love, but being away at Sandaldine, it was more like a formal trial flight as far as we were concerned. We used to attend dances with boys during the holidays, and sometimes during the term, and then it was terribly important to go with someone other than your own brother. Most of us liked our brothers very much, but if you went with your brother, people invariably thought you could not find anybody else. In the same way, brothers did not want to be seen with their sisters because it was sloppy. Gil and I used to practice dancing in the main hall at Bracket Towers, and of course he had had dancing lessons at Harrow, just as I had them at Sandaldine. But when it came to the actual dances we attended, we only went semi-chaperoned. I went to one with my mother, where she and all the other mothers sat in another room behind the curtained window, looking onto the dance floor. Having been at Sandaldine 4.5 years, I scraped through my school certificate, which meant that the most important part of my education had been completed, and in other respects I had outgrown school life. I realised that compared with most girls of 16.5 today, I was very innocent indeed. However, we did have to grow up, and one of the ways of doing this was by going to a finishing school in Europe. When the day finally came to leave Sandaldine, I was sorry to be leaving all my friends, and we vowed to keep in touch always. We all cried when we parted, and even though I thought I was terribly sophisticated going to Europe for a year, there was still something of the schoolgirl in me as we drove away from Sandaldine for the last time, and I suddenly remembered my tin of strawberries in the bookcase. When the day eventually came for me to leave for my Swiss finishing school, I asked my parents if I could travel all the way to London on my own, and to my amazement they agreed. Gil had gone to Trinity by now, so he was still on vacation when I went away. My mother's maid, Alice, cook, and the other servants all came to see me off, and dear Pepper presented me with a posy which he had just picked for me. Then the family drove me down to Bracket Basing, where I caught the train to London. My mother whispered a few last-minute warnings about continental men into my ear, but I was far too excited and too innocent to take anything in. I was still waving frantically as the train went into a tunnel, and I was covered in smoke. I spent the night with father's relations in Belgravia before catching the Golden Arrow to Paris the next morning. The Channel crossing was fortunately quite smooth, although not smooth enough for another girl I met hanging over the deck rail, Heather Grinling, who I discovered was also going to Schloss Auerbruck. Heather recovered once we were on the train again, travelling towards Paris, and she even felt strong enough to accept a drink offered to us by a strange man sitting in our compartment. The train had stopped at Amiens for a few minutes, and a lot of people had got out onto the platform to buy papers or magazines from the stalls, while others were leaning out of the carriage windows trying to attract the attention of the boys who were walking up and down the platform like cinema usherettes, selling chocolate and bread rolls, shouting, "Buffet! Buffet!" I had started to feel a little peckish, which the man opposite me must have seen, because he suddenly said in a very gruff voice, "Hallo? Schnapps?" I said, "Oh no, we don't have a camera." But he did not seem to understand, and just repeated, "Hallo? Schnapps?" And to make himself absolutely clear, he felt in his coat and pulled out a large bottle of liquid. We all became very jolly after that. Heather soon forgot about her earlier troubles, and I certainly found my extra sea legs leaping about as the train rattled across northern France. This kind man found us a taxi at the Gare du Nord when we arrived in Paris, and shortly afterwards we were once again en route for Bâle, where we were met and taken to the Schloss. There were only about 40 girls at the Schloss Auerbruck for the year that I was there, and most of them were continental. We were supposed to speak French at all times, which at least put the English girls like me on an equal footing with the girls from Germany and Scandinavia. I realised right from the very first breakfast that finishing school was going to be very different from Sandaldine and St Audrey's. For one thing, we sat at separate tables, with no more than 4 of us to a table. There were maids to wait on us and bring us our food, and the food itself was extremely good. I had 7 croissants that first morning. I was so hungry and excited. Heather and I had arrived at the weekend, which allowed us a couple of days to settle in before the term started properly the following Monday morning. This gave us the opportunity to explore the castle and its grounds, which I was terribly keen to do. The first thing I did after breakfast, petit déjeuner, was to go down to the lake by a steep path through the pine trees. It was on the way back up, as I was pausing to take a breath, that I saw the Schloss standing high above the trees for the first time. It was built of grey stone, and stood on a promontory of rock commanding the highest position for several miles. It was built in the same style as the castle of mad King Ludwig of Neuschwanstein in Bavaria, and it had a fairy tale quality that made me feel I was taking part in a wonderful production with a life-size stage set. I think it was at that moment, as I stared up at the turrets and pinnacles that seemed to scrape the very sky itself, that I decided that come what may, I was going to do my utmost to become a singer and an actress. Finishing school was far more suited to my temperament than normal school, and I quickly settled into the more relaxed, carefree life. The only member of the staff that I remember at all clearly was an Englishwoman, strangely enough. And strange was certainly the right word in her case. Her name was Miss Silt, and there used to be so much embarrassment when any of the girls got the letters the wrong way round. I've often thought that if I moved as she did, I would not have got where I am today. She was very, tweedy in appearance, and I always felt she looked as if she was going off for a day's rough shooting rather than taking a class in deportment. Miss Silt had a very deep voice, and in some ways was very reminiscent of a principal boy of the worst kind. She was quite unlike our lovely Dorothy Ward, who was absolutely beautiful and had the loveliest legs in the business. Apart from the deportment classes with Miss Silt, I really threw myself into the life at the Schloss. I used to get up every morning and wash in cold water because it was so refreshing and so good for the skin. I have never worn a lot of makeup, even on stage, and I am sure it is due mainly to washing in cold water always. I used to believe if you held your feet in the right position, your face would then follow, and your voice would do the rest. I have followed that maxim right through my career, and it has never failed me. After my wash, I would do a few arm stretching and leg and toe touching exercises at the open window. This was not because I was a health fanatic or anything like that. It was simply that I had become used to doing exercises at home in order to get warm when I got out of bed first thing in the morning. And nowadays, I think people have gone too far with all this jogging, which is very silly. A lot of people do it far too often. It makes them ill. The last thing I did at the window before getting dressed was to sing a few scales just to get my voice going properly before the day began, which I still do today. Many people have commented on it in Stacked and Trestle. Much of the teaching at my finishing school was concerned with introducing us to the social graces that would make us young ladies. There were certain familiar subjects like French conversation and needlework, but there were new ones like deportment, flower arranging, household management, and personal appearance. Sometimes 2 of us would give a tea party for a few of the others and 1 member of staff. We had to arrange all the food for the party, make sure that all the correct silver and crockery had been laid out, and then act as perfect hostesses when the guests arrived. It may seem rather silly now, but the lessons that we learnt at those tea gatherings proved invaluable to me in later life. We learnt the correct manner of greeting everyone, from a costermonger to a cardinal. We learnt how to react when speaking to the Countess of so-and-so, or the Dowager Duchess of whatnot, and we were even taught the correct manner of conducting ourselves at a funeral. Well, that is someone else's funeral. We had much more freedom to go out at the Schloss than I had ever known at Sandaldine. At weekends, a group of us used to take the charabanc into Bâle to buy chocolates and look at the shops. This was a terrific thrill, because until then, our parents had always been responsible for buying us our clothes and things such as soap and talc. And now we had complete freedom of choice. We could spend our money on whatever we liked. I suppose because I was so tied up with my own ideas and dreams for my future stage career, it never occurred to me that some of the other girls might have found life in a Schloss just a little bit dull. But there was one who obviously did. Rebecca Quick. She was a big, friendly girl, good at sport, open-hearted, and willing to give of herself, which she did apparently very often. Even though the Schloss was far more relaxed than any normal school, there was one rule that the staff were very strict about: the admission of men. Apparently, Rebecca had been out on a little expedition one afternoon when she met this young man whose name was Hines. His father worked on the trolley buses. Rebecca and he got on awfully well together, and I think in complete innocence she invited him back to the Schloss the following afternoon for tea. She also asked Heather and me as well as a couple of other girls, so poor Hines was rather outnumbered, but he did not seem to mind. The tea party itself was remarkably uneventful, partly because Hines could speak very little French, and none of us knew any German. But he and Rebecca managed to communicate somehow, and they left us to clear away the tea things while they went off for a walk. The first thing we knew that anything was amiss was the sight of Hines being led out of the main gate without his Tyrolean hat and his little cross braces, closely followed by Rebecca carrying a hold-all. After that, the charabanc trips were scrutinized far more carefully, and the main gates were kept closed, so that anyone coming into the Schloss had to ring a bell to be admitted. I thought at the time that Rebecca was very silly, wasting the wonderful opportunity that being at the Schloss presented, particularly missing the music lessons given by the Viennese maestro Herr Lumbecker, who was a wonderfully kind man and a marvellous teacher. I was perpetually bubbling over with enthusiasm, and I am sure he must have spent half our lessons getting me to settle down and relax. He had wonderful technique himself, but he also possessed that special knack of imparting his skill to others. He could be very strict at times, which was certainly no bad thing as far as I was concerned, and he instilled in me the essential disciplines that any singer must acquire. For all my girlish faults, though, I think I must have inspired him in some way. I could sense a change in his mood as soon as I entered the room after he had finished a lesson with one of the other girls. I am probably flattering myself, but I used to feel sometimes that he looked on me as a fellow professional rather than a silly girl who wanted to sing sweetly to impress some equally silly boy. However, there are some things in life that are almost too perfect to last, and sadly, The tuition with Herr Lumbecker was one of these. His death came as a terrible shock to me, and I felt it almost as keenly as the death of any of my beloved ones in later years. We were never told of the full circumstances, but his passion for bathing obviously got the better of him, and I'm sure that he only drank the bottle of brandy to warm himself after that midnight dip. A lot of the girls thought he was silly to go swimming from the end of the boat jetty fully clothed, but to my way of thinking, it was very sensible in February when it was so cold a night. The staff were very considerate to me at the Schloss after my teacher's death, and did everything they could to assist my musical career. One of the staff knew of a certain Signor Ernesto Bonalavoce, whose family originated from Leeds. He was now working somewhere in Italy, and attempts were made to arrange an introduction for me to his school. This was terribly exciting, but I was determined not to tell anyone at home until I definitely knew that I had been accepted. So I carried on writing as usual, as if everything were the same. I'd waited for over 5 weeks for the answer, which came eventually in Italian, so I had to ask one of the Italian girls to translate it for me. Though she could not translate all of it into English, she was able to tell me that Signor Bonalavoce would be happy to receive me at his school at the beginning of the next term. That was all I needed to know. I was over the moon with happiness. I still had to tell my parents, of course, and there was no guarantee that they would agree to my plans. I decided that it would be better to tell them face to face, and as the time at the Schloss came to an end, I could not wait to get home. When I got home, my reception back into the bosom of the family was rather eclipsed by my coming-out ball 10 days later. It was a time of great tension for me. I was naturally terribly excited about all the plans and preparations that were going on around me, but at the same time I was very apprehensive about telling my parents about going to Italy. I had to battle with myself to conceal my feelings, and I think most people thought that I was getting worked up about the coming out. Mother had arranged for me to have a lovely dress made entirely of silk in one of my favourite colours, cyclamen pink. She lent me her pearls for the evening, and Father gave me a beautiful emerald and pearl brooch, which I still wear, but only on very special occasions. Father got very upset when he gave me the brooch and said, "It doesn't seem longer than a few months ago when you were just a child, and now—" But he did not finish what he was saying, and went off to his room for an hour or so before the ball started. The banisters and stairs were festooned with flowers and garlands that Pepper had grown for the occasion, and as I came down, the orchestra was playing in the drawing-room. It was strangely quiet, however, because not one of the 200 guests said a word. They were standing at the foot of the stairs looking up and smiling. Oh, it was a wonderful feeling, but an awful entrance to have to make. Far worse than anything I have ever had to do on stage. Gil led me straight onto the dance floor, and we led off the dancing. Father danced with Mother, and as I whirled around, I could see all my friends, many of whom I had not seen since I'd got back from Switzerland. Flavia was there, looking lovely in a dress of peacock blue that matched her eyes. Heather had come, of course, though I did not like her dress very much. Black never suited her. I like black now because it is very dressy. I'm particularly fond of black and pearls, but they require a certain maturity to be carried off properly. The supper table looked magnificent. There was a boar's head with an apple in its mouth, which later on Gil insisted on trying to knock out with a billiard cue. It was rather silly of him, because it shot straight into a bowl of punch, and that went all over Father's boiled shirt front. Mother almost had the vapours because she thought he'd been stabbed, though I cannot imagine who would have wanted to stab Father. As it was really my night, everybody wanted to dance with me, and I seemed to have boundless energy, although I was always grateful when there was a break in the music for the musicians to have a rest. It was during one of these intervals that Anthony, the son of one of Father's army friends, asked if I would like a glass of something and a little fresh air. Well, I was in need of both, so we collected a glass of champagne each and went out through the French windows onto the first of the terraces. Anthony had been very friendly with Gil when they were boys, but he had gone into the colonial service when Gil went into the army. He had visited the Towers several times, though I had never taken much notice of him. I was always far more intrigued by Gil's friends from school. We chatted pleasantly, enjoying the warm night air and the lights illuminating the fountain and pergola leading to the maze. It looked so inviting that Anthony and I refilled our glasses and then strolled down towards the maze. When we were out of earshot of the other guests, we sat down on the white garden seat to listen to a nightjar singing in the woods. While we were sitting there, he told me quite suddenly that he was going abroad in a fortnight's time. This came as a great shock to me, because I'd always imagined him as one of the permanent elements in the life of the Towers, even though he only came from time to time. Although I knew that I was soon going away myself, I could not imagine changes taking place at the Towers, or to the people who I associated with it. And for the only time in my life, I think I was at a loss for words. "You're not usually like this," he said. "Why can't you tell me what you feel?" "I don't know what to say," I replied. "Well, I've got an idea. I want to ask you something very special. It's not just the job I'm going away for. I want to start a life of my own, and it is an ideal opportunity for a married man." "But you're not married, Anthony," I told him. "No, I don't think you quite understand what I'm saying." And of course I did not. I'd no idea what he was actually proposing. "Would you like to come with me, Hilda?" he asked. But I said, "Oh, I can't go away just like that, Anthony. It's awfully kind of you to ask me, and at any other time I'd jump at the opportunity, but I've got my family and my home to consider. Besides, I'm going to Italy soon to study opera. I've got to sing, you see." He could not understand how much that meant to me, which was a pity. I remember we got up and walked back through the gardens in the silence. When we reached the terraces, the orchestra struck up again, beginning with a song of Ivan Novello's. "I've only to hear that tune today, and I see the lights in the garden on the night of my ball," and Anthony, of course. He went away, as he said, a fortnight later, and I've never seen him since. I never wore the dress again, not because I did not like it. It was the most beautiful dress that I had ever worn, but somehow it belonged to only one occasion. Once the ball was over, I was to be presented at court like every young girl in the country. I was madly in love with the handsome young king who had come to the throne only a few months before, and the prospect of being presented to him was as exciting as it was awe-inspiring. I was so concerned that I should look my best that I was mortified when I saw my white dress. It was so plain. But Mother told me sharply, "Beautiful girls don't need beautiful dresses." However, a cloud of disappointment descended when we arrived at the palace to be told that the king was indisposed and would be unable to attend the ceremony. I assumed that there would be no presentation at all, but we were very fortunate in being presented to the Duke and Duchess of York, who had stepped in to fill the breach, as they did in a very big way, in December of that year. I remember seeing the Duchess for the first time in person when I entered the elegant chamber where the presentations were taking place. Oh, she was young and dark and terribly attractive. There seemed to be hundreds of girls passing in front of her, but she had a special smile for each of us. The Duke of York stood by her side, small, neat, and slightly nervous, I felt, but under the circumstances it was perfectly understandable, as we were soon to find out. Of course I was out of the country when the abdication crisis broke, but Mother wrote long letters to me telling me all about it. It came as a terrible shock to her, as it did to all of us. The abdication ended a chapter in my life, just as my coming out that summer had opened a new one. I think, like everyone in the nation and the empire, I realized that the great change which had taken place would mean that the monarchy was never to be the same again. But how many of us in those dark days of 1936 dreamt that it might grow into the stable and greatly loved institution it is today? I think the sense of anticlimax at the presentation spurred me on to break the news of my plans to my parents more rapidly than I had intended. This was such a crucial decision and such a vital step in my life that I was desperately in need of support and assistance, and not for the first time. I found a faithful ally in Gil. The day after we returned from London after my presentation, I broke the news to him in the conservatory. Look, I've made up my mind, Gil. I've decided I am definitely going to Italy to study with Bonora Voce. I want to sing so much. Please help me to tell Mother and Father. He was strangely silent for a moment or two, but then he smiled and said, Well, I shall miss you, but I'll stand by you, whatever they say. Between you and me, Mother will be all for it, and Father, if I know him, will be dead against it. So, the next day I came downstairs to breakfast, having steeled myself for the most difficult speech of my life. Father was tucking into his kidneys and bacon, reading the cricket column of the Times, and Mother was delicately toying with an omelette. I did not really want anything to eat, so I poured myself a cup of tea from the teapot on the sideboard and sat down. I was just plucking up courage to open my mouth when Gil, bless his heart, looked across and suddenly burst out, Mother, Father, Hilda's got something to tell you. Of course, if I had been able to reach under the table, I would have kicked him, but it was so wide that I couldn't. They all turned to look at me, and almost in panic I said, I've decided I'm going to Italy to study singing. You could have cut the silence with a knife. Finally, my father said quietly, What about Anthony? And I asked, Anthony who, Father? I thought he was talking about Anthony Eden, who I'd never met. When Mother spoke, her voice was harder and more determined than I had ever heard it. Hilda, she said, I don't know what this wild scheme of yours is, or what you dreamed up. I don't know whether you've had a brainstorm or what it is, but the nearest you will ever get to Italy, my girl, is an ice cream parlour the next time we're in Sevenoaks. My hackles were raised by this, and I leant across the white tablecloth and said as forcefully as I could, I'm sorry, but I'm going. I'm going to Italy. There was a long, awkward silence, and then quite unexpectedly, my father came to my defence and won the day. Veronica, this girl is destined to sing, he said tenderly, taking my mother by the hand. That is where her life is. That is what she wants to do. She feels that she must go. Of course the house won't be the same without her, but we can't expect the family to stay at home forever just to keep us happy. I think we were all taken aback by what Father had said. It had certainly come as a great surprise to Gil and me, who were anticipating something very different. That was the end of the conversation at any rate. Mother quickly finished her coffee and hurried up to her room to lie down. Father took me to one side and said, I shall miss you terribly, Hilda. You know that I have your mother and Elspeth and Gil, but you're the one I will miss most, because you're so alive. I shall miss hearing you sing in the house desperately, but when you become a famous singer, we'll all be able to come and hear you, and that will make up for all the disappointments. We went up to see Mother, and I explained to them about Signor Bonora Voce and the introduction that I had had to his school of music in Vicenza. I explained also how I intended finding a job to pay for my lessons, but my father cut across what I was saying and insisted that he would provide me with an adequate allowance. If I was going to learn to sing, he was not going to have me wasting valuable time washing dishes or acting as a housemaid. We were still talking about my plans when there was a tap at the door, and Gil came in with a tray, 4 glasses, and a bottle of champagne. He opened the bottle ceremoniously, and we all stood to drink a toast to the future. My future in Italy. The waiting in the wings was over. I had just been given my first cue.
There is a chord that echoes sweetly when it is spring and love is in the air. Whate'er befall, respond to it completely, though it may bring you sadness and despair. Fling far behind you the chains that bind you, that love may find you
Chapter 3. The Bonavoce Years. I was fascinated by Ernesto Bonavoce from the first moment I saw him. His hair was dark and slightly wavy. Although not fat, he could fairly be described as, well, plump, and like many men of the more corpulent build, he was very soft and gentle underneath. Oh, he had beautiful teeth, which gave him a very wide smile. They protruded slightly from his upper jaw, which helped his singing, but his most striking feature were his eyes. They were the colours of ripe hazels, and had an irresistible sparkle that captured everyone he met. Voce, as I used to refer to him, was always very particular about his appearance. Right from his beautifully polished shoes to his immaculate fingernails, there was evidence of careful attention to detail and elegant refinement. His cuffs were always half an inch below his well-tailored suits, and there were 4 buttons on the sleeve of his jacket, which actually buttoned and unbuttoned instead of just being sewn on. It was his voice, though, that had won him widespread fame, and even in his everyday conversation, its unique music and power of expression was instantly detectable. The great secret of his voice was that he opened his mouth to sing. The only person since who I ever really heard sing in any similar way was Luciano Pavarotti. Oh, he was undoubtedly the world's greatest living tenor. Of course, Pavarotti was much bigger than Voce. I always remember the first instruction that Voce ever gave me. He said, "Hilda, don't be afraid to open your mouth and sing. Don't worry about the shape of your mouth. It will form its own. Just remember 2 things when you go out there. The people at the back have paid their money. The people at the front have paid their money. So entertain the people at the back as well, because they all want to hear you. Go out and open your mouth wide and never be afraid to show your teeth." Unlike many of the great maestros, however, he had not established himself in one of the great European opera centres, but had chosen instead to create his school in the lovely northern Italian town of Vicenza. He had bought a large 18th century house in a quiet street near the Palazzo Chiericati, which is one of Andrea Palladio's most famous buildings in the city. This served as both his own house and his school, though in actual fact the only part of it which his students really saw was the music room. This was a large high-ceilinged room with tall windows that overlooked the lawn and flower beds. Voce had 2 pianos in this room, a boudoir and a concert grand. The concert grand was used whenever we were singing the great roles like Aida and Tosca, but the boudoir was played to accompany any other pieces. His housekeeper, Maria, was a very friendly soul. She was middle-aged and had been widowed in the Abyssinian War a year before. She had 1 child, a girl called Giulietta, who was very sweet but rather, well, retarded. She always came to the house with her mother, and we would find her sitting on the stairs with her head in her hands whenever we came for our lessons. Oh, Voce was marvellous with her. He used to treat her like his own daughter. He would pick her up and carry her into the music room and ask, "Did you like that?" And the little girl would stare into his warm brown eyes and murmur something about the lovely lady singing. Oh, but my Italian was never good enough to translate what that she was saying. When I first arrived in Vicenza, I had some difficulty in finding anywhere to live, and in desperation I took a tiny room at the top of an old tumble-down house in the poorer quarter of the town. I'd intended moving from this garret as soon as I found somewhere else to stay, but after a few months I became very attached to it, and as the rent was considerably cheaper than in any other part of the town, I decided to stay there permanently. The house was owned by a man whom I only ever saw after dark. He was very hospitable, and used to let different girls use the rooms every night. Sometimes he would even let one sleep in the room for part of the evening, and then another when the first had gone. The curious thing about these girls was that they always had their brothers with them. Well, some of them looked old enough to be their fathers, but after what Mother had told me about Italian men, I was very pleased to see that these girls were chaperoned so carefully. Sometimes a girl would come to the house with an extra brother, well, at least that's what I assumed, because the landlord tried to persuade me to let one or two men sleep on my floor when I first arrived. Of course, I explained to him that it was quite out of the question, and when he inquired why I had come to the house in the first place, I told him it was in order to practice my singing, which was not strictly true. He only came up a few times when I was singing, and after that he never bothered to come again. He must have realized where my talents and my interests lay. Or not that I was a prude in any way. I used to enjoy listening to these girls and their brothers having pillow fights late at night. They always sounded as though they were having such fun. It reminded me of the times when Gil and I played together as children. My little room was very sparse. There was an old wooden bed, a chair, a rickety table, and a rail behind the curtain where I hung my clothes. I bought a lampshade and curtains for the window to make it more cheerful, as well as a second-hand rug which I found in the market, and a pattern counterpane which I hoped would keep me warmer. There was a small oil stove heater that used to smoke rather a lot, but which was the only means of heating, and I used to make coffee on top of it before I went to bed. I used to lie there at night with the curtains open, looking over the rooftops of the old quarter of the town, bathed in moonlight. Oh, it was very romantic, and I felt terribly bohemian. It was so unlike anything I'd ever experienced before that I easily imagined myself in l'art bohème. It was also so cold sometimes that a good deal more than my tiny hand was frozen. I never told anyone at the school where I was living, or not because I was ashamed of it, but because I wanted that first experiment of living on my own to be quite separate from my music lessons. I enjoyed doing my washing at the hand pump in the courtyard, as they did, and I used to love walking through the markets to Voce's house every morning, because after only a week there were one or two stall-holders who recognized me and shouted "Buongiorno" to me as I passed. After a while most of them recognized me, and as my Italian improved, I would chat to them, which meant that my walk gradually took longer and longer. I used to go down to a cafe run by one of my closest friends, Massimo, every morning for a cappuccino and a roll before going to my first class. I usually ate my evening meal there too, so after a few months I became one of their regular customers. I spent a lot of my evenings in the cafe pretending to read or write letters, while really I was intrigued by what was going on around me. I was often the only woman in the cafe in the evenings, but the men knew I was English and studying with the highly respected Signor Bonovoce. They used to come in after their evening meal to drink with their friends and play cards. As my time wore on, they became gradually more engrossed in politics, but that did not interest me half as much as watching them enjoy themselves. Massimo and his wife Olivier grew to look upon me as one of their family, and their two children often referred to me as their elder sister. Massimo spoke a little English, but Olivia only gabbled away in Italian so fast I could never understand what she was saying. Not that this really mattered, because we always used to communicate quite easily with our hands, like a lot of Italian car drivers. I began my day, as I had always done, with deep breathing exercises in front of my open window. Not only was it good for my breath control, it was a wonderful way of relaxing, and where Herr Lumbecker had tried, Bonovoce succeeded in getting me to relax completely for the first time in my life. He used to insist that apart from doing breathing exercises, I should sit and stare out of the window for as long as it took, until I saw nothing. Then I had to count to 3 slowly and stir myself into action. We always started singing with scales, and some mornings, if I were really relaxed and had had an egg and sherry flip, I would sing a top B flat with no trouble at all, and even achieve an F in alt sometimes. Now, not many singers can do an F in alt. I've not done one for years. As with Herr Lumbecker, I was always eager to push ahead and start singing songs, but Voce used to say, "No, you must be patient, little chicken." And with him, well, I was patient. He really taught me the art of self-control. The days were never long, but they were always rigorous and demanding. Voce believed that it was far better to work really hard for short periods than to try to spin the lessons out. We used to take a long time over lunch, which was the perfect way of winding down after a tiring morning over the piano or up and down the scales. The afternoons were more interesting as far as I was concerned than the mornings, since it was then that we studied set pieces, although at all the time he was concentrating on gradually improving technique. Now today, a lot of schools teach their students very differently. They concentrate on technique, pure and simple. But we did not go in for excessive technique when I was young. We sang because we really lived every note of the music, every moment of the part, and every emotion of the character. I found his teaching so refreshingly inspiring and expressive that in later years, when he was no longer with me, I never wanted to change anything that he had taught me. Whenever we were approaching a part for the first time, he would tell me, "When you are going to sing, you're going to think of this part, so think first of the meaning behind it." He would put his hands on my shoulders to begin with and say, "Now, sing ah, and go up the scale, but don't raise the slightest part of your shoulders." And I used to sing the scales doing exactly what he said. Then we would put one hand on my diaphragm and say, "Now, control your breath. Remember your shoulders. Open wide. When you breathe, you will breathe here, but your shoulders will not go up, and your diaphragm will not move out." The first time he did this, I complained vehemently. "Signor," I began. But he cut in, saying, No, my name is Ernesto." "Well, Ernesto," I continued, "it's impossible to sing high notes without raising one's shoulders and moving one's diaphragm." He only smiled that wonderful smile of his and slowly shook his head. He knew he was right, and I soon discovered that he was right as well. One of the first roles I studied with him was Santuzza from Cavaliere Rusticana by Mascagni. This was not one of the high soprano roles, and a lot of sopranos start their careers with Santuzza's aria because they are fairly easy to manage. The more demanding roles such as Gioconda and Norma came later. As time went on and I began to make progress, however, he started to devote more and more time to my lessons. I had been there 18 months when he asked me to make a recording with him. Oh, this was a tremendous honour, and I was terribly worried that I might not live up to his expectations. But he was as kind and considerate as always, and boosted my confidence enormously. We were to record the love duet from Act 1 of La Bohème, and so for weeks beforehand I had studied Mimi's role, and we had rehearsed together countless times. However, I was still shaking like a leaf when we arrived at the recording studios. The recording room was very unnerving. It was like a tiny cell, draped with heavy velvet curtains to deaden the sound, and the floor was covered in a thick carpet for the same reason. We stood together in front of our microphone and sang our duet, appearing at the musicians next door, and the conductor frantically beating time without being able to hear a sound for them, since there were only 2 microphones. But Voce knew exactly when to come in. It was part of his gift. Although the recording was never made available to the public, I was given a copy by Ernesto, and it is certainly the best performance of Mimi that I have ever given. I still had that record at Stacked and Trestle, although I did not play it for many years for a number of private reasons. I found it hidden in a drawer only very recently and played it to Dr. Hinge, who suggested that I should put it away again. As time went on, we naturally performed more frequently together, both on the stage and in concerts. But before that part of my career developed, one very important change took part in my life. Voce invited me to move into more comfortable rooms in his house. Well, to say that he invited me is something of a euphemism. He virtually dragged me out of my garret one Sunday morning in the summer of 1938. Although we were so preoccupied by our rehearsals, neither of us were able to ignore the mounting tension in the world outside. Ernesto became very concerned for the safety of his pupils, especially for me, as the only English pupil he had. He worried about me walking through a town on my own, although I kept assuring him I was perfectly safe. However, early one Sunday morning, there was a knock at my door, and I opened it to him standing in the doorway, wearing a large hat and a long scarf which I had never seen before. He hurried into the room and told me to pack my things. I was dumbfounded. "Don't just stand there like a statue," he ordered. "Hurry up and get out of this hovel." I thought this was rather offensive. In the 2 years I'd been living in the little room, I'd grown very attached to it. I liked meeting the girls and their brothers on the stairs, and I'd become very fond of the pigeons that used to nest in the roof above me. We used to sing to each other, and here was Ernesto, though, tearing down the little curtain and grabbing my clothes that were hanging behind it. He bundled them all into my old-school suitcase, grabbed my hat and prayer book, and said, "Come along, I'll never let you come back to this place again." I was hardly dressed. The buckles of my clerk's sandals were still undone, and I had not had time to brush my hair, but he grabbed my hand and pulled me down the stairs. The noise we made brought the man who owned the house out of the room on the ground floor. It was the first time I'd seen him venture out in the daytime. When he saw Ernesto, he laughed coarsely and shouted after us, "Quanta costa! Quanta costa!" Ernesto shouted something back, but I did not understand what he said fully. It was something to do with the rent, I think. Naturally, my life took on a very different form after that move. I used to go downstairs for my singing lessons instead of having to walk through the town, and we'd often spend part of the weekend rehearsing together, although he never intruded on my privacy and always stayed in his own wing of the house. He still taught his other pupils as well, though there were now fewer of them. Our rehearsals were in particular for the memorable production of Tosca that was destined for La Scala. We had spent months rehearsing what Ernesto hoped would be one of his most successful and polished productions. I was to play Tosca, and he was to be Cavaradossi. We opened in Padua before a highly distinguished audience, and we could tell from the applause at the end of the first act that the production was being well received. Tosca has the most dramatic ending. Tosca discovers that Cavaradossi has been shot, while she herself has killed Scarpia, the chief of police. His deputies are rushing to arrest her, and her only way out is to throw herself off the battlements. Well, before I went on for the last act, Ernesto came to me and said, "Remember, little chicken, when you are jumping from there, that you are really jumping into the water below." Of course, when I was perched on the battlements at the last moment, I looked down and saw only a couple of old mattresses. But Ernesto's words were still in my mind, and even when one of the stage hands threw some salt over me when I landed to remind me of the sea, I felt as if I really had thrown myself over the battlements. The performance was a great triumph for Ernesto, and the success of the first night confirmed that we would be appearing at La Scala later on in the middle of March. We continued the tour in many of the opera houses and theatres of northern Italy, to Venice, Ferrara, Modena, Bologna, Florenza, and Pisa. They all received us with open arms. More flowers and vegetables were thrown than I could ever remember before. From Pisa, Ernesto and I travelled to Milan in the morning by train, and we had gone to Savini's for a celebratory lunch. We were ecstatically happy at the prospect of performing in the most famous opera house in the world before one of the most discerning audiences. We had champagne and oysters at one of the tables outside. Oh, it was a lovely spring day, and the arcade was busy with happy, smiling people, when the newspaper boy appeared shouting the headlines that Czechoslovakia had been occupied that morning as we were en route. The news spread through the restaurant and the arcade like wildfire. People jumped up from their tables to buy a copy of the paper to find out the full details. But Ernesto just sat in his chair with a glass of champagne in his hand, silently staring into space. Some people began to cheer and sing as the news spread, but Ernesto called over the waiter and paid the bill. Then he motioned that we should go. We left half a bottle of Bollinger on the table as we walked away from the sounds of jubilation. Ernesto stopped a taxi and asked the driver to take us to the station. He didn't say a word while we were being driven there. Only as the driver came to a halt did he take my hand and whisper sadly, "I'm very afraid that this is the beginning of the end, chicken." After buying the tickets for Vicenza, Ernesto asked for a telegram form, and I saw him address it to the manager at La Scala, and date it 16th of March 1939, before he wrote the message, "Regret. Performance cancelled indefinitely. Stop. Indisposed. Stop. Bonora voce." On the train, Ernesto tried to explain that this invasion by Hitler was sure to lead to war, and that in spite of my disappointment, the cancellation of our concert was his only means of protesting. But it was a dangerous decision. In the weeks after we returned from Milan, neither of us went out very much. We stayed in the house working hard on the series of concerts that Ernesto had been invited to give during the next 12 months. After my great disappointment, he was anxious to interest me in another set of performances, and so we set about putting together a performance of our favourite arias and duets. Apart from a brief holiday in Venice in July, the only time that we really left the house was on the first Sunday in every month, when we used to visit friends of Ernesto's for lunch. One Sunday, however, Ernesto decided that we should go for a picnic, so he borrowed an old farm cart, and about a dozen of us set off to a lake a few miles away. When we arrived at the lake, the view and the setting made the discomfort of riding on the cart more than worthwhile. We laid out the picnic in a small clearing surrounded by tall Lombardy poplars, and while the food was being prepared, Ernesto came up to me with a funny-shaped brown parcel. He stood in front of me with his legs planted far apart, gave me the parcel and said, "Open it, chicken." Inside, I found a big straw hat tied with a long blue ribbon. "You'll need that in the sun," he said. "We've got to look after that lovely golden hair and the delicate English skin. Put it on." The hamper we had bought was filled with all kinds of delicious food. There was an enormous joint of ham, 4 chickens, enough salad to feed an army of rabbits, and masses of fresh fruit. Ernesto had brought champagne as a treat for me. "A toast for the lady who will be the toast of the opera houses of Europe," he proudly announced. However, the champagne was not drunk without mishap. While trying to cool it, Ernesto had placed the bottle in the water on the end of a piece of string. However, the knot had come undone in the gentle swaying movement of the water in the breeze, and when he went to fetch it, the bottle was bobbing off towards the middle of the lake. Throwing off his hat and scarf, he took off his shoes and socks, rolled up his trousers, and waded into the shallow water to the rescue. "We can't have a toast without champagne," he said laughingly, as he sat on the grass drying his feet afterwards. I don't think anybody had ever told him about this little piggy went to market. But whether it was that, or the sensation of having his toes tickled as I recited the jingle, he was laughing so much that he let off the champagne cork with a violent bang that terrified the 2 horses so much that they cantered away through the trees, and the champagne shot all over my dress. We did not really mind, though. The horses were found by a couple of the others, and my dress quickly dried out. On the journey back to town in the evening, Ernesto and I sat on the front of the cart, taking it in turns to hold the reins. A boy with a whistle played all the way to Vicenza, and we sang along with him whenever we felt like it, or in my case, whenever I knew the words. It was one of the happiest days of my life. Even Maria was waving to us when we drove in through the gates of the house, though when I found out why she was waving, my mood changed dramatically. On occasions when telegrams used to arrive at Bracket Towers for Mother, she used to hand them to Alice, saying, "Oh, Alice, open it. My fingers won't open it." However, Cork always seemed to be on hand just at the right moment with a paper knife and a few calming words as he slit open the yellow envelope and took out the folded paper inside. Mother used to stand riveted to the spot, staring at the floor, and with her right hand waving about would say, "Read it to me, Cork, read it and get it over with." The message nearly always read, "Arriving 3:30 train, stop, please meet me, Bracket Basing." That was in England, of course. In Italy, the drama was very different, as I saw when Maria rushed up to the cart, waving an envelope, and handed the telegram to me. I had to open it myself. Even Ernesto would not open it. So I could well understand Mother's feelings as I slit the envelope and read the message inside. Father had never minced matters, and certainly not when it came to vitally important messages like this one, which I've kept ever since. Sent from Bracket Basing, Kent. Date 3rd of September 1939. Time 4:15 p.m. Destination Miss Hilda Bracket, Casa Bonora Voce, via Garibaldi, Vicenza, Italy. Message: war declared. Stop. Demand immediate return. Stop. Situation critical. Stop. Apply British Embassy, Rome, for assistance and safe passage. Stop. Father. I sat on the cart, stunned and silent. The magic of the afternoon had evaporated, and the stark reality of what was happening in the world faced us head on. I did not keep a diary as a rule, but that night when I went to bed, I put a black cross beside 3rd of September 1939. My loyalties were very torn. I felt a strong duty to obey my father, but at the same time I owed a great loyalty to Ernesto, whom I promised to help with the concerts in the next few months. My choice of action was made clearer, though, when we found out the next morning that war had been declared between Britain and Germany. Italy, though Germany's ally, had not declared war on Britain, nor vice versa. So I decided to stay and finish the concerts. I sent off a telegram to Bracket Towers right away, and I explained I would write a letter to them immediately, which I did. Vicenza, Ufficio Postali Centrali, 4 Settembre, Bracket. Bracket Towers, Bracket Basing, Kent. Inglaterra. Situation still safe. Stop. Must fulfill contract. Stop. Writing immediately. Stop. Returning Christmas. Stop. Love to you all. Hilda. The concerts in the next 8 months were hugely successful. There were moments from all my favourite operas, Aida, Il Trovatore, La Gioconda, and of course Tosca. It was not always easy to sing, though, what we were actually feeling at the time, since all the performances were a mixture of opera and our own personal emotions. The night we sang from Tosca, I remember that Ernesto sang the wonderful aria from the final act, where Cavaradossi is seated at the table before Tosca makes her entrance. I don't think there was a dry eye in the house that night. He sang it so beautifully. We had many glowing notices in the Italian press, and many distinguished members of the audience came back after the concerts to offer their congratulations. However, the greatest surprise came when one evening, after a concert in Naples, a very smartly dressed man presented himself to Ernesto and told him that none other than Il Duce himself, Mussolini, had requested that we should sing at a reception that he was giving in a villa just outside Rome to celebrate his birthday on 29th of July, 8 weeks away. When the man had gone, Ernesto commented wryly, it was a sort of invitation one could hardly refuse. It was a difficult time for both of us. News reached me in the next few days of the evacuation from Dunkirk, which suddenly made me feel very isolated and alone. On 10th of June, when Italy officially declared war on Britain and France, Ernesto became increasingly worried for my safety. But as long as I was favoured by the patronage of Il Duce, I was safe. Nothing was spared to ensure that our recital should be a success. We went to the wardrobe department of La Scala, and they loaned me the most beautiful Tosca gown from Act 2 of Tosca. It was made from bottle green velvet, which has always been one of my favourite colours. On the evening of 27th of July, we were driven from our hotel in Rome to the country house where the reception was to be held. We approached the house up a long sweeping drive, and came to a halt at the top of a large stone staircase that curved up to the front door, like a pair of barley sugar pedestals. There were urns full of flowers lining the stairs, and at the top, on either side of the front door, stood 2 sentries, who clicked their heels and saluted us with raised arms as we went in through the doors. All the guests had already arrived, and we could hear the sound of their laughter and conversation as we were escorted to our rooms before the recital. I was feeling more nervous that night than I'd felt for a very long time, but Ernesto gave me a small glass of brandy, which helped. One of Mussolini's aides showed us the main salon through a little spy hole. "Look through here," he said. And when I did so, I saw rows of people dressed in full evening dress, with tiaras and decorations of every shape and colour. I think I caught sight of the back of Mussolini's head, and I fancied that I saw the German ambassador across the other side of the room. The man who had originally invited Ernesto to perform walked onto the stage, beautifully decorated with flowers, and announced the programme. While he was talking, the aide led us to the double doors at the back of the hall, and we made our entrance through the audience and up the steps onto the stage. The recital was an outstanding success right from the start. Our duets were applauded loud and long, and Ernesto in particular seemed to be a great favourite. During one of his loveliest solos, I sneaked a glance at the front row, and I think I saw a little tear in the corner of Mussolini's eye. His face did not show any emotion at all, but that telltale tear gave him away. He reminded me of Prince Orlovsky in the Fledermaus sitting there in his great leather boots. When the recital finished, we made our exit off the side of the stage. There was a bottle of champagne waiting for us, and we drank this willingly, partly from nerves and partly from tremendous excitement. After only a few moments, the aide came in to say that Mussolini wanted to come and congratulate me in person. "Il Duce wishes to meet the great diva," he said. I did not know what I should say. I looked at Ernesto, and he indicated that I should agree, so as I said I would be honoured to receive him, but I needed a few minutes to compose myself. Ernesto appeared to sigh with relief when the aide closed the door behind him as he went out. I was in an absolute flap, trying to get my hair right, trying to check my makeup, and trying to calm my nerves, all at the same time, and Ernesto looking at his watch nervously. Minutes later, there was a light tap on the door. I took a deep breath and said, "Entrate!" The door opened, and in walked Massimo from the cafe in Vicenza. He was holding a very white handkerchief in his hand, and there was a peculiar smell following him into the room. He came quickly towards me, gesturing that I should keep quiet. I thought he was going to kiss me. I still do not know exactly what he did do, but everything went black. Chapter 4. Escapes and Escapades. There was a peculiar rhythmic rumbling sound beneath me, and a squeaking and creaking all around. Something soft but dusty was pressed against my face, and I had a terrible headache. I seemed to be inside some sort of box, but it could not have been made of a solid material, because I could see light through cracks on the side. As my head cleared, my desire for movement grew, and as I realized how handicapped I was, so my sense of panic increased. I started to cry out for help, and almost immediately Ernesto's voice said from somewhere above, "You're all right, chicken. We're with you. This is Ernesto." The sound of his voice was very reassuring, but I thought that I also detected a note of real fear, and it was this that made me close my eyes and try not to think of where I was nor what was happening. The drumming sound underneath and the creaking all around me seemed interminable, until at last I heard a whispered voice say, "I think we'll be all right now. Let's get her out." I agreed with the voice wholeheartedly. This was not the way I had planned my meeting with Il Duce. I heard the sound of buckles being undone about my head, and then the sound of rods being drawn through metal rings. Something heavy and enveloping was lifted from on top of me, and the blast of cold, fresh air hit me. I sat up and found that I had been unceremoniously packed into a theatrical skip, well, a type of large wicker laundry basket. My head was still rather whirly, but even that did not explain the swaying motion of the walls all around, or the drumming noise underneath. There was only a dim light, but I saw that Ernesto and Massimo were on either side of the skip, offering to help me out. I took their arms and stood up unsteadily. The moment I was up, terrible pins and needles started in my legs, and I felt even dizzier than I had when I was lying down. However, they set me down on the box and put my head between my knees, and after a few minutes I began to feel better. "Where on earth are we?" I asked. "We're on a train," Ernesto explained, adding rather sheepishly, "in the luggage van." "Whatever is going on, Ernesto?" I shouted, but he put his hand over my mouth and told me I must be quiet. "The guard thinks you are a dangerous snake. That's why we are allowed to travel in here with the skip, so you must stay quiet. Otherwise he will find out and we'll all be for the chop." I think he chose that rather quaint phrase to try and emphasize his point, although neither he nor I really understood what it meant. "Italia is too danger," Massimo tried to explain. "Signor Bonarovoci is saving you to France. For me, journey is too danger," he said, looking nervously round the boxes and suitcases that were our travelling companions. I still did not understand what was going on, and Ernesto, seeing the look on my face, knelt down beside me and explained in whispers that it had been planned to arrest me after the recital. Mussolini wanted to see me in person, but after that, I was to be detained for the duration of the war. Realizing the danger, but realizing too that the only chance of escape was to kidnap me at the country house where my disappearance would be least expected, he had arranged that Massimo, disguised as a chauffeur, should arrive at the house as if to take us away, and then drive Ernesto and the skip to catch the night train to Milan. "We will soon be safe enough," Ernesto said finally. "We are leaving the train to Piacenza in disguise, and the skip will travel on to Milan undisturbed, because the guard has been told not to come in, or else the snake might be angered. We have friends who will take care of the rest. Now, the best thing you can do is lie down and try to sleep a little. It's going to be a long night." I was not at all happy about all the cloak and dagger business, and I certainly felt very peeved about the undignified way that I'd been taken away from Mussolini. I'd been rather looking forward to saying to my friends that I had once drunk a glass of champagne with him. However, as there was nothing I could do, I dozed fitfully until Ernesto gave me a gentle shake and said, "It's time to get ready, chicken." He and Massimo had changed out of their smart clothes into workman's overalls and old jackets, and gave me what appeared to be early Elizabethan knee breeches with stockings and cross garters to put on. Well, I felt like Malvolio. There was a sort of jerkin that I put over a coarse cloth shirt and a large floppy hat made from brown felt. It was not a very flattering costume, but under the circumstances, I was in no position to complain. The train was beginning to slow down as I finished tying the laces on my heavy shoes. "We're just pulling into the siding," said Ernesto. "The van should be in the road just on the other side of the wall, marked Martini. Don't open the door again until the train has stopped." "There's the wall," said Massimo, after we jumped down from the train. It lay about 30 yards away across some tracks and over a piece of waste ground. At the front of the train we could hear a ringing sound that gradually grew louder as it approached us. "Wheel tapper," whispered Ernesto, pushing me forward. I did not know what he meant. It seemed a strange time to start new dance steps, but I saw Massimo running across the tracks with his body bent low, and assumed I was supposed to follow him. Running across strange railway tracks dressed as a 16th century peasant in the cold light of early dawn was certainly a novel experience, and I like to think that I entered into the spirit of the occasion. I tried to remember all I had read in The Count of Monte Cristo and The Prisoner of Zenda about escaping from captivity, and even though my setting was less attractive, I think I succeeded in cultivating the image of a desperado as I scaled the brick wall and fell into Massimo's arms on the other side. To our great relief, we saw a small furniture van parked about 100 yards away from us, and we rammed to it and climbed inside. The doors were slammed, the engine of the van started up, and we lurched off on the next leg of our journey. In the van was a basket containing a bottle of wine and some food. The wine was very different from what I was accustomed to drinking. If Cook had produced it at the Towers, Father would have been horrified. Perhaps that was why we hardly ever drank Italian wine at home. The bread was good, though, and after a couple of tomatoes and an apple, I began to feel better. The furniture van was only slightly more comfortable than the train. There were folded sheets and old blankets that we sat on, and there was not the awful drumming sounds from the rails underneath. The noise was still too loud to permit conversation without shouting, though, and Ernesto and Massimo, who must have been awake all night, gradually nodded off to sleep. Following one brief stop to stretch our legs, we drove on for another 3 hours, taking quite a risk as we drove through the centre of Turin before climbing up into the mountains. After one piece of loud revving and violent gear changing, we started to move slowly over very bumpy ground. We were bounced around in the back like potatoes in an automatic peeler, but still the van laboured on for another 10 minutes, until it finally shuddered to a halt and the engine was switched off. The van had stopped at the end of a rough track that led up a narrow valley between two towering rocky sides. Above these in the distance stood even higher mountains, and the highest of all still had a covering of snow on the summits, even in midsummer. The driver introduced himself as Pierre. He was French, and as I later discovered, was working for the resistance. He seemed edgy like the rest of us, but when he found out I could at least speak French, he relaxed a little. "Well, monsieur," he said to Ernesto, "I think we can get her into France without too much trouble, but it's going to mean a lot of walking. Is mademoiselle up to it?" "You need have no worry about that," Ernesto replied confidently. "This young lady has many hidden talents. I have always had every confidence in her." There was something in the way he answered Pierre that suddenly made me realize he was not coming with me. I had assumed from the moment when he told me about our escape on the train that we would be escaping together. I certainly had not realized that this moment was to be the last time I was ever to see Ernesto. Pierre said it was too dangerous to stay too long, and Ernesto led me aside to say goodbye. He handed me something which I still have to this day. The straw hat with the blue ribbon. He had brought this all the way from Vicenza as a souvenir of the day by the lake and all the wonderful times that we had spent together. He told me to put the hat on, and then he threw his arms round me and held me very close and tight. "You're going to be quite safe," he whispered. "Pierre will look after you. Now, be a good girl, and remember everything that I have taught you." Oh, Ernesto, at that moment how I needed all you taught me about breath control in order to keep my emotions hidden. You will need those lessons now more than you have ever done. Arrivederci, little chicken, and God bless you. Then he gave me a final hug and turned away. Pierre, who was now quite a long way up the track, turned round and beckoned me to follow him quickly. I put my best foot forward and started up the track after him, and as I trudged up, I heard through my sobs the sound of Ernesto's voice, softly singing the last bars of Mimi's farewell. I could not join in with him now. My voice was not there. I never had the chance to sing with him again. We spent the whole of that day climbing up one track after the other. In the afternoon the heat became almost intolerable, but mercifully Pierre had a water bottle with him, from which we took sips when our thirst became too much to bear. The only food that he brought with him was 4 apples and a carrot. "Now you should toss up between the apples or the carrot," he said, as we stopped for a break under a rocky ledge in the late afternoon sun. "I'll have the carrot," I said, looking at the size of the 2 apples he was offering. Well, it tasted better than any vegetable I'd ever eaten. It was even better than the prize carrots that Pepper grew for the Bracket Basing Horticultural and Market Garden Society annual fetes. Annette was saying something. It was just beginning to get dark when we came to a little shepherd's hut where we were going to spend the night. The shepherd reminded me of Pepper with his cooking pot hanging over the fire, and for the first and only time in my life, I achieved my dream of eating a meal from a pot like that. The smell in the pot was dreadful, but I was so hungry that I think I would have eaten anything. After the meal, the shepherd very kindly let me share his bed with whatever little creatures caused him to keep scratching himself, while he and Pierre slept on the beaten earth floor on top of sheepskins. It was still dark when I was woken up, and after eating some tasteless but warming porridge cooked by the shepherd, we left the hut. We walked briskly for a couple of hours, by which time Pierre said we were very near the frontier. His pace slowed, and he began moving cautiously from rock to rock, listening for sounds of guards on either side of the border. I became very frightened for the first time since I'd woken up in the train. I tried to think of Ernesto, and I tried to hear his voice saying, "You are a dramatic actress. You are an opera singer. Call on your acting," and that is exactly what I did. Whenever I was faced in future years with difficult roles, I used to remember my feelings that morning, crossing into France, and it's always helped. As soon as the path we had been following started to go down, though, I knew that we were safe, well, at least for the time being. Late in the afternoon, we reached a high alpine pasture and a type of chalet, very like the ones I'd seen in Switzerland. Now this was Pierre's home, where I was going to rest for a few days. I longed for a wash, and when I looked in the little mirror hanging above the cracked but spotless marble washstand, I was horrified by my appearance. My hair was matted and straggly, my face was streaked with dirt, and the clothes I was wearing were in a dreadful state. I must have looked very strange to them when I appeared, but none of them said anything, and they never asked any questions. I never found out their surname, but it was safer that way, just in case anything went wrong. I stayed with them for only 3 days, though in some respects they were the longest 3 days of my life. I had to wait while Pierre contacted the local resistance group to arrange for false identity papers and travel documents. Now, luckily, I always carried my Italian identity card with me, and they were able to use the photograph from this on forged French papers. On the evening of my second day, a man came to the house to see me. His name was Marcel, and he was the coordinator of the local resistance group. All I really remember about him was his long raincoat that reached down well below his calves, and the enamel badge on his collar with a monogram that I could not work out. After talking with Pierre and me, Marcel decided that the best method of escape would be to get me to Paris, where there was a far greater likelihood of being able to escape from France. It was decided I should travel under the identity of a waitress in search of a job in Paris. So they spent the following day preparing my papers and arranging for my various alibis. Late in the evening of the third day, Marcel reappeared with a simple dress and overcoat, a suitcase, and my papers. He'd given me the name of Florence Blum. I was 22, single, and orphaned. I had lived with my aunt, Gabrielle Blum, in the little town of Moudon, where I was to catch the train, until her death 2 months ago. I had a contact in Paris through whom I hoped to find a job working in the restaurants and cafes that were now doing a roaring trade following the German occupation. I thought that Florence sounded rather dull, but I was not really in a position to argue over the casting in this particular instance. However, I looked upon it as a challenge, and it was certainly quite a plot. I don't think even dear Agatha Christie could have set this one up, brilliant writer though she was. The walk down to Moudon took an hour, and we arrived at the station at about 6:30 in the morning. There was already quite a crowd at the ticket window, though most of them were only travelling as far as Chambray. There were a few travelling to Lyon, but I was the only one buying a ticket for Paris. Well, if you're going to do the thing properly, you better start now. Go and buy your ticket and don't worry. I'll be here to keep an eye on you, Marcel said gruffly. So, with my fingers twitching my purse and my heart in my mouth, I walked up to the window and asked for a ticket to Paris. Single or return? Asked the man on the other side. Single, please, I stammered, and fumbled in my purse for the fare. However, there were people behind pushing to get to the window, and I was able to collect my tickets and go back to Marcel without anyone realizing how nervous I was. Very good, said Marcel coldly. Now let's see if you can get on the train. I don't think that I could ever make a friend of Marcel. He knew what he was doing, and he knew what he had to do, but he never did or said anything with a smile. I suppose looking back, he was probably as terrified as us all. The carriage I climbed into was full of farmers and their wives. There was one big fat woman opposite me, bursting out of her coat and struggling to hold 3 chickens in a string bag on her lap. The chickens had their wings tied together, but they were still able to flap their wings and make a terrible row. There were feathers everywhere, and one of them had even laid an egg. I don't know how she managed to do it on the train. After Chambray, where many of the farming folk got out, the train stopped at Dijon, and we were all made to show our identity papers to German officers standing on the platform. As the line of people in which I was standing gradually moved forward, I looked at the German officer who would deal with me. Oh, what's he going to say? I asked myself, feeling very nervous and insecure. Just before my turn came, I thought of Ernesto saying, "Remember, you are an actress." "Where are you travelling?" asked the German in guttural French. "Oh, to Paris," I answered, perhaps slightly louder than was really necessary. I explained why I was travelling to Paris, and he looked at my suitcase and said, "You have your waitress uniform in there, I suppose?" he inquired. "Oh, no," I replied with a sudden flash of inspiration. "They're going to supply that when I start work." "Are you expecting fine weather?" he asked, giving my straw hat a wry look. I hoped and prayed that he would not look inside it and see the label of the shop in Vicenza where Ernesto had brought it. "Why, naturally, I expect fine weather wherever I go," I answered, smiling broadly, and putting the hat on my head with a flamboyant sweep. After this inspection, we climbed back onto the train and set off again to Paris. My state of tension and anxiety was not made any easier by the woman sitting next to me, who spent the entire journey knitting. Oh, she nearly drove me mad with the noise of her needles clicking away. However, her rhythm was not the same as that of the train, and I kept longing for my metronome, which would at least have got her to knit in time with the noise of the wheels. I couldn't work out what she was knitting either. Whatever it was, she had chosen to knit it in the most revolting canary yellow, which, strung on her green needles, was a less than happy blend of colours. Later in the day, on my way back to my compartment, after, spending a penny, or rather 10 centimes, I had to pass a small group of German soldiers at the entrance to my carriage. And as I squeezed past them, one of the officers became rather saucy. He spoke a little French, and asked if he could see me back to my compartment and join me there for the rest of the journey to Paris. I told him, like all his race, he was very chivalrous, but unfortunately all the seats in my compartment were occupied. The German did not seem very pleased. He clicked his heels angrily and gave me a very rude wink as he left. For the rest of the journey he continually walked past the door looking in at me. Maybe he would not have been difficult, but I didn't want to find out. The train arrived at Paris in the evening. The platform was crowded with civilians and German soldiers in grey-green uniforms, and as we funneled towards the exit, we were again made to line up in queues while our papers and luggage were searched. My suitcase was examined by a French gendarme. He opened it and rummaged through the few things inside. Then he closed it again, and was about to give it back, when he noticed a small brass plate next to the lock, with the initials TK. Nobody had thought of this when I had been given my travelling kit. "May I see your papers once more, mademoiselle?" the policeman asked. I was terrified as I handed them over. He pointed to the initials on the case and the name on the documents, and I said as laughingly as I could, "Oh, Ticket, Toulouse Guérinards," who I luckily remembered was a very clever writer in the early years, and I just hoped and prayed that nobody on the platform had read any of his work. I thought I detected a wry smile at the corner of the policeman's mouth, but he handed back my papers, and I moved off towards the gate of the station and the street outside. It was a very different Paris from the one I had visited previously on my way to and from Schloss Auerbruck. Shutters covered many of the windows, blinds were drawn, and many of the gay striped awnings had been pushed back. There were still the odd signs of flowers on the window-sills, but the spirit of the people had changed. They seemed subdued and listless. The whistling and singing that I remembered so vividly had disappeared. There was still the unmistakable feel of Paris, though. I left the station and walked across the road to a little kiosk that was still open. I bought an evening paper and asked the man behind the counter to direct me to the address I had been given in Montmartre. The woman, Madame Duvalier, who opened the door in answer to my knocking, was dressed from head to toe in purple. She was wearing a dark green apron, very similar in colour to my Tosca dress, and a bunch of keys. Her hair was nearly scarlet, and her nails were painted black. After I had identified myself, Madame Duvalier led me up a winding staircase to a poky little room at the top of the house. I was so tired by this stage that all I wanted to do was simply fall into bed. I think she realised this because she drew the curtains across the bare metal rod over the window and told me that she would see me in the morning. She then went out of the room and to my annoyance locked the door. Then I heard her puffing and wheezing as she made her way down the stairs once more. In the morning, Madame Duvalier brought me coffee, a boiled egg, and half a baguette. My egg was surprisingly good. The yolk had not solidified, and I assumed that she had timed her cooking very well. It was only afterwards that I found out she'd kept the egg warm inside the coffee pot, only stopping outside my door to retrieve it with a spoon and put it in the egg cup before knocking. I thought she was terribly inventive. She did not seem in any hurry to move when we'd finished breakfast, so I thought I'd better wash while she was in the room. I'd never been in this position before. I'd never washed in front of anybody, well, except Mother when I was at home. There was nothing to be done about it, however, so I took off the jacket of my Winceyette pyjamas that I'd found under the pillow and washed myself in the icy cold water from the jug. Madame Duvalier became alarmed when I threw open the window after my wash. I think she thought I was going to call to someone outside, but I put my towel on myself and I explained to her that as a singer I had to do my deep breathing exercises. She seemed relieved. After I was dressed, her attitude changed. She became very serious once more and gave me instructions for the next part of my journey. You will enter the Boulevard Rochouet. You will walk along the left-hand side. You will find a cafe which will be identified by a bicycle carrying the name of the restaurant Lafayette. There are 2 pots of geraniums on the window ledge to the left of the door. On the other side is a window box with a polyanthus. Her description made me think immediately of the towers. I visualized the polyanthus on the rockery at Bracket Basin with the beautiful blue, pink and orange fuchsia. Oh, lovely flowers with their deep yellow golden centres and their long, soft green leaves like primroses. I found the restaurant with little difficulty. There was only 1 geranium in a pot, but 3 polyanthus in the right-hand window box. But where was the bicycle? I assumed that she'd made a mistake and went inside to a table in one corner. Madame Duvalier had told me to look out for a waiter with dark hair parted in the centre who would be wearing a white apron and a butcher's striped shirt with no collar, just one of those old-fashioned ivory collar studs. His unmistakable feature would be a distinctive walrus moustache. A waiter who, well, might have fitted that description had he not been wearing a collar and been clean-shaven came forward to take my order. I had practiced my password over and over again. Bon marché! Bon marché! Bon marché! It was easy to remember because I said to myself, Swan and Edgar's, Griffin and Spaulding's, bon marché. Would you like something, mademoiselle? Asked the waiter. Bon marché! I answered confidently. By all means, mademoiselle, we have many things that are inexpensive on the menu, but would you like to order one? Bon marché! Bon marché! I repeated more insistently, and he smiled wanly and went away. I beckoned over another waiter, and this time ordered a black coffee and a couple of biscuits. Merci, I said when he had brought them. Bon marché, monsieur. Yes, mademoiselle, they are quite cheap, he said, looking rather bemused. No, I whispered, me. I am bon marché, adding a coy wink when he looked at me in amazement. He made a funny snorting sound in his nose and stalked back to the bar to speak to the owner who was standing behind it. He called over the first waiter I had spoken to, and the three of them had a tete-a-tete. The owner came round from behind the bar and approached my table. I smiled at the owner and said confidently, Bon marché, monsieur. This made him look even angrier, and he leant over so that none of the other customers could overhear, and said, I must ask you to leave, mademoiselle. You are upsetting my waiters, and I don't want my respectable customers offended by the likes of you, so please leave before I call the police. When I was absolutely nonplussed, I thought there might have been a minimum charge, so I tried to order an ice cream to show willing, but this did not seem to make any difference. I had to pay my bill there and then I was shown to the door and told never to come back. As I stepped onto the pavement, I looked across the street, and there, on the opposite side, was a bicycle leaning against the wall of a cafe, with two geranium pots on the left-hand windowsill and a polyanthus on the other side of a doorway. I must have approached from the wrong end of the road. I was so excited at discovering my mistake, I just rushed into the cafe on the other side of the road. It was dark inside after the bright sunlight of the streets, but I noticed a man standing by the bar, looking just as Madame de Valier had described him to me, collar-stud, parted hair, walrus moustache, and all. Bonjour, mademoiselle, he said flatly. Bonjour, I replied, adding rather sheepishly, Bon marché. The change in his manner was instantaneous. Oui, oui, mademoiselle, he said enthusiastically, and bought me a glass and a bottle of wine, and showed me to a table by the door at the rear of the cafe. Please sit down, he told me gently. We have another here who has lost his way. Then, having closed the street door, he called softly to someone in the room beyond. A man, in an English khaki uniform with a bandage round his head, stepped out of the shadows. The bandage confused me for a moment, but I recognized the uniform immediately, and I could not believe who I was looking at. It was Gil. Neither of us said a word. He suddenly rushed towards me and put his arms round me, and we stood there together, hugging and weeping, bound in a mood of total disbelief. Never had I been so glad to see anybody in my life. What's all this? I asked Gil, smoothing my hand across his bandage. It's all right, Hilda, old girl, he said jokingly. I was brought here in the dark last night, and as I was going down the steps to the cellar, I tripped and banged my head on one of the barrels at the bottom. Oh, nothing damaged, though. Nothing to damage, I expect. We both laughed. It helped to relieve the tension. Gil had been left behind after the evacuation of Dunkirk, though, as he was quick to point out, that was not strictly true, as he had actually been on the beaches somewhere to the south of Boulogne during the evacuation itself, after a misunderstanding between his map and a couple of signposts. However, he had been lucky, and the Germans he met refused to believe that he really was a British officer, and assumed he was a Frenchman wearing a stolen uniform, trying to pretend that he was British. He'd walked all the way to Paris unmolested, and had finally been taken in by the resistance after he'd been seen asking a German sentry the way to the British embassy. We talked for hours in the back room, until the waiter explained in the evening that his colleagues in the resistance had stolen the car for us and had forged all the papers that were required to get us through France and down to the Mediterranean coast. There, he told us, we would have to try and make our own way to Gibraltar by sea or by land through Spain. The car was a pre-war Citroën, long and low with running boards and large headlamps that reminded me of a dragon's winking eyes. Gil had never been quick at learning languages. Well, he had difficulty with English quite often, and French had never been his forte, so we decided it would be best for him to travel as a deaf mute. Now, this presented an additional problem, however, since he would have to act, and this had never been a strong point of his either. He had never shown great acting ability at school, though I'd heard that on the occasions he spoke a few lines in the production of The Night of the Burning Pestle in a house play. He got them so mixed up that they introduced an entirely new dimension into the understanding of the play. Gil's interpretation was argued over for months afterwards. I suggested to him that the best thing he could do was to think about my performance in Much Ado About Nothing, the only time he'd ever seen me act, and in the circumstances we both agreed that this was probably sound advice. We were not far from Poitiers when we came to the first roadblock. We were driving through an area of woodland enjoying the scenery and the light filtering through the trees, almost forgetting for a moment the danger we were in. Gil was whistling The Road to Mandalay, and had just got to the chorus, "Take me back to Mandalay, where the flying fishes play," when the car rounded the bend, and we came face to face with the barrier across the road, and soldiers astride motorcycles, with machine gunners crouched in sidecars beside them. "Come on, Gil," I told him. "Remember everything we've told you. You don't say a word. Not a word." We were waved down, and Gil stopped the car. I had to explain to them that my brother was deaf and dumb and answered their questions. Fortunately, the soldiers were only checking to see where we were travelling to, where we had come from, and what we were carrying in the boot. When they had looked through my case, they lifted the barrier and waved us on. A couple of hours after that roadblock, as the sun was beginning to set, the steering went awry, and we both got out to find a puncture in the front offside tyre. We had a spare, but when we opened the boot, we discovered there were no tools to remove the wheel or jack up the car. We were completely stuck. The nearest village was 6 miles away, and though there might have been a farm nearer than that, it would have probably been very difficult to find in the dark. Just then 2 motorcycles and a car came sweeping round the bend, and 4 German soldiers unslung their guns, pointing them at us. They must have thought this was an ambush, and it was only when one of them came up to us that I recognised the soldier who'd been so attentive on the train to Paris. Well, I couldn't believe my eyes. He seemed agreeably surprised to see me as well. He asked what was the matter, and within minutes had repaired our puncture with their tools. By the time the spare wheel had been secured there, it was after dark, and the officer told us he would escort us to the next town where they were staying the night. He invited me to ride in his car with him, but I said I'd better stay with my brother, so we drove off in convoy, in quite a predicament. When we arrived with a German escort, the local people immediately assumed that we were German collaborators, but we were given accommodation in a small hotel away from the Germans, where the proprietor agreed to help us when he heard our story. When we left in the morning, the German party had been mysteriously delayed by inexplicable engine trouble in all 3 of their vehicles. Of course, they were very charming boys themselves, even the officer who tried to become so fresh on the train. It was only because they were the occupying power that everyone hated them so. The boys themselves could not possibly have enjoyed fighting in the war. I was all for driving round to Marseille after we'd driven through the Dordogne, and Gil even had the wild notion of going all the way to Monte Carlo to play the tables. But, as time was not on our side, and we were not exactly over-endowed with spare cash, we reluctantly agreed to escape to Gibraltar by trying to find a fishing boat that would take us down the coast and drop us off in Spain secretly. When we arrived in Sète, which was just down the coast from Montpellier, We hid the car behind some rubbish in the back street and made our way to the waterfront to a cafe which seemed to produce the loudest volume of noise. It had a dirty white awning hanging limply in front and 2 iron tables on the pavement outside. We went to the bar and Gil ordered a couple of martinis, and we both suddenly realized the deaf-mute had found the power of speech. I was pleasantly surprised to see how well he was able to get by with his French. He'd concentrated on Latin at school, a subject I'd never enjoyed, but Gil had always been good in Latin in his own way. Latin and vivisection. There were people singing, and a man with his accordion was trying to keep up with their raucous choruses. Suddenly, I found myself hoisted up on a table to loud cheers to find I was the only girl in the room. They shouted for a song, and rather coyly when I look back on it, I sang Frere Jacques. When I finished, the men stamped their feet and shouted for an encore. I looked to Gil and he whispered up to me, "Sing a piece of opera, Hilda. Sing something grand." I quickly thought of something from the Pearl Fishers, which I sang unaccompanied from the top of that table. There was not a sound in the room while I was singing, and as I looked round at totally unknown faces gazing with pleasure up at me, I could not help feeling sad about all those who had helped us in the past week or so. The Italians, the French, and even the Germans unwittingly. Tears were rolling down my cheeks when I finished, and the silence in the room erupted into wonderful applause. I was lifted down from the table, and the way was cleared through the crush to the bar, where they bought us some garlic bread and soup. The astonishing thing was that nobody there asked where we had come from or where we were going. It seemed enough that I had sung to them, and they were happy not to be more inquisitive. It was difficult knowing how to broach the subject of our escape to this friendly crowd, and we had both made 1 or 2 light-hearted attempts when an old man suddenly came out with a completely unexpected suggestion. "Tomorrow morning, I am taking my boat out early. The waters are very good at the moment for English mackerel, and I am going to see what I can find." Then, looking at Gil and me with a penetrating glance, he said, "Would you like to come with me?" The tone of the old fisherman's voice was peculiar, and there was a twinkle in his eye that suggested he might have something up his sleeve. We hoped that he might be taking us illicitly into the Spanish coast, so we accepted quickly. The following morning, we went down with him to his boat, which had a noisy diesel engine and piles of fine nets all over the deck. He had 1 boy who helped him, but on this morning, the boy had been left behind, so that little attention would be roused by more than the usual number of people on his boat. Gil and I were rather surprised when he steered right away from the coast and appeared to be heading out to sea. We were even more surprised when after 2 hours he still had not made any effort to start catching fish. Gil noticed the ship first and asked the fisherman what she was, but he only said, "Wait and see." As we drew closer, the details of the ship became clearer, and we saw the white ensign fluttering at her stern. Gil glanced at the name on the bows, and suddenly the whole episode became clear. The name painted on the bows was HMS Mackerel. Gil and I were helped on board by a couple of sailors, and were promptly taken below to see the captain. It transpired that the old fisherman who had brought us out had been regularly meeting the ship to help ferry supplies and personnel back for the Resistance. This was one of his rendezvous with the ship, and while we were being questioned about our identities and the journey we had made, guns, ammunition, wireless sets, and explosives were being transferred from the ship to his little boat. The Mackerel was bound for Gibraltar, which suited us ideally, and we were royally entertained in the officers' mess for the voyage there. Gibraltar was such a wonderful break after our days on the run. We went to the Barbary Apes, which reminded me of the Italians in the markets in Vicenza in many ways. They chatted away to each other, never listening to what the other was saying. Then, of course, there was the wonderful sound of English voices in the streets for the first time. I remember when we suddenly came across a group of people in the street, and Gil started to ask them the way to our hotel in his best French. "All right, darling, you can speak English again in public without worrying," I told him. And we all started laughing, though I have to confess that I found it just as difficult, having spoken French for so long, to speak suddenly nothing but English. I think I said bon marché to a couple of the wrong people, but fortunately Gil was there to prevent any further misunderstanding. We spent 10 days in Gibraltar in all, which, although frustrating at the time, no doubt helped us unwind down after our excitement in France. When we eventually found passage on a ship, we were amazed to find other civilians on board, although we never discovered where they'd come from. The ship was bound for Liverpool, and when the docks and outlines of the city came into sight, I looked across at the Liver building and thought, how wonderful this is. I took Gil's hand and said, "Oh, let's go to a show tonight. Let's go and see what's on at the Empire." Of course, we had no idea what we were going to find, having been out of the country for so long, but we were just overjoyed to be home.
And in the evening, by the firelight's glow,
And in the
you'll hold me
evening,
close and never let me go.
and never
Your
let
eyes will tell me all I want
to know you are home.
when you're
Home once more. We'll gather lilacs in the spring.
We'll gather lilacs in the spring.
Once more.
Keep the home fires burning while your hearts are yearning. Though the boys are far away, they dream on. There's a silver lining through the dark clouds shining. Turn the dark clouds inside out till the boys come home.
Chapter 5, For King and Country. Gil and I had some difficulty getting off the ship without any form of official identification. He had lost his army papers in France, and I had lost my passport in Italy, so understandably the authorities at Liverpool were rather suspicious about letting us ashore. In the end, the captain of the ship vouched for us and kindly lent Gil £10 to cover our expenses getting home. We were desperate to get home, especially when we discovered that both the Empire and the Royal Court Theatre were closed. But we imagined that travelling from Liverpool to London might prove to be rather complicated, so we decided to spend the night with Granny Fifield to break the family in gently, so to speak. We telephoned Granny Fifield, and the first words she said were, "Hilda, we've all been worried to death, and I gather you've got that wretched Gil with you. Yes, I don't suppose he's been doing anything to help things either. Well, I suppose you'd better get yourself over here as quickly as possible." "We've been all round Europe, Granny," I tried to explain. But she said, "Oh, I'm sure you have been up to your ears in all sorts of things that you should not have been doing, while we've all been sitting here wondering what on earth's been happening to you. Where are you, by the way?" When I told her, she said, "Well, make your way to the big hotel, and I'll send the car for you." So Gil and I made our way to the hotel and went into the restaurant for a meal while waiting for the car to arrive. 2 mouthfuls and the bend of the knife each ended our first meal in ration Britain, and we both went into the lounge to read the first English paper that we had seen for ages, or in my case, years. The headlines did not look good at all, but there was a photograph of the new Prime Minister, Mr. Churchill, staring out from the paper, inspiring us with confidence. Clementine was by his side, I remember, looking particularly beautiful. She was always the most attractive woman, and somebody who wore so well right up until the end. When we got back to Stebley Malt, Jennings, the chauffeur, opened the front door for us, and there, sitting in the centre of the hall, with a black ebony stick in her right hand, clutching a silver top with a beautiful ring that she always wore, was Granny Fifield. She just looked at us when we came in, and then said, "What time do you call this? And where do you think you've been, Hilda? Go up and get your hair washed and get it dressed properly." We were absolutely dumbfounded. Though, knowing Granny as we did, I suppose we should have expected a reaction like that. Underneath the tough exterior, though, she was very glad to see us back. Gil and I were her eldest grandchildren, and of course we had spent so much time at Stebley Malt before the war. Her apparent indifference was just her manner, but she could be very frightening at times, especially to those who were not used to it. We had pheasant for dinner, which was superb. One had landed in the garden the previous morning. No one knew where it had fallen from, but they plucked, dressed, and served it for Gil and myself. Jennings went down to the cellar to get a bottle of the best claret and a bottle of port, and we had the most luxurious evening. At the end of the meal, we were sitting in silence savouring a local cheese, when I suddenly burst into tears. Oh, it was so wonderful to be back home again. In spite of the kindness that I had received in the shepherd's hut, in Pierre's house, at Madame de Valier's, and in the cafe where I had stood on the table and sung the aria from the Pearl Fishers, the fact that I really was at home was almost too much for me. Oh, Granny was very sweet and understanding. She gave me her hanky and said, "Don't worry, my dear. You're naturally worn out by what you've been through. Off you go to bed now and have a good night's sleep. But before you do, you'd better phone home and tell your parents to expect you soon." And she stood over us like a couple of 12-year-olds while we phoned home. My father must have been very near the phone when it rang. It was only later that we discovered that once we had phoned Grandma from Liverpool, she'd phoned Bracket Towers to warn them in advance. It struck me at the time as being odd that Father should have answered so promptly, as he didn't like telephones. He called them newfangled, and would have gone back to the pigeon post, given half a chance, and a battalion of willing pigeons. "Is that you, Father?" I asked in amazement. I could hear him rather choked on the other end of the line, and he drew his breath rather sharply and said, "Are you all right, Hilda, my dear? All right, old girl?" "Guess who I've got with me?" I said, bursting with excitement. "Have you got Gil by any chance?" "How did you know?" I said, feeling slightly deflated. "Oh, there's not a lot your father doesn't know," he answered cheerfully. He and Gil then spoke for a bit, and they arranged the details of our journey the next day. We were told to catch the 9:33 from Chester, change at Birmingham for the line to Euston. Then we would have to cross London to Victoria and get the afternoon train down to Dymchurch, since the station at Bracket Basing was closed, where the car would meet us. It was fortunate that the thought of getting home compensated for the shock of seeing wartime Britain for the first time. The real difference we noticed was in London. Nothing but a mass of khaki. Khaki peaked caps, khaki leggings, khaki gaiters, and khaki kit bags seemed to be everywhere. We stopped at one local station where a girl got on, and looked at me quizzically before saying, "Good afternoon, Miss Hilda." She was Miss Prout's niece from the village shop. The look she gave me was enough to say, "Goodness me, what's Hilda Bracket been doing?" I suppose she had every right. I was looking very dishevelled, and I did not realise until weeks afterwards how my eyes were so sunken and my face was so grey and lined. For a girl of my age, I must have looked pretty frightening. "Dymchurch! Dymchurch!" cried the station master in dulcet country tones, which were very welcoming. It was so marvellous to hear that voice that I rushed up to him on the platform and flung my arms around him. But there was no sign of anyone from the towers, which was a bit of a shock. There were just a couple of people with a dog waiting for a local train. Gil and I assumed that the car had not yet arrived, so we walked out through the ticket hall, with the awful wooden bench round the walls, into the warm sunshine of the station yard. But there, just beside the laurel bush, was the car, and sitting at the wheel was Father. It was typical of his reserved manner to choose to meet us privately there rather than in public on the platform. He got out of the car and came towards us. Then Gil rushed forward and threw his arms round father's neck. The two soldiers were together. The young soldier who was going to help us put the country back on its feet, and the old soldier who'd seen it all before. Just for a moment I was rather left to one side, but father saw this and came over to give me a big hug. Then taking my hand he said, "Come on, Gil, in the back. Hilda, in the front with me." As we were driving along he put his hand on mine and said, "Oh, your mother's going to be so thrilled to see you. But I must warn you, there have been one or two changes. I hope you won't mind, but we've had to let off some of the land." "Oh, not the maize or the rose garden, I hope," I said. "Oh, no," father replied. "Well, not quite. We must have a talk about the rose garden when we get home." It was obvious that he was not going to elaborate on that topic. "We've got one or two people staying in the house as well," he continued, changing the subject. "I hope you aren't upset. Your room is all right, and so is yours, Gil. But the nursery is occupied, and Nanny's moved. Elspeth's been moved in with you, Hilda, so you will be sharing, which will be nice for you both." I found Mother in the drawing-room when we arrived. The room itself was still immaculate, and Mother was sitting near the fire looking quite remarkable. Her face was tired, but her hair was still as beautiful as ever. We both became very emotional, and hugged each other, but cried too. When she was calmer, she took my hand, and leading me to the settee, she said, "There've been quite a few changes in the house since you've been away, but tell me everything. How was Italy? How were your singing lessons? Were you successful? Did you sing Tosca? How were your costumes? Did they fit? Did they do your hair properly?" We were just starting to get into a deep discussion of my time with Ernesto when the door opened and Gil walked in, having changed into his uniform. Oh, he looked absolutely marvellous. He came over to Mother and kissed her gently. "Thank you, Colonel," she said, smiling, and promoting him considerably. Of the changes that had taken place when I was away, the navy blue and dark green blinds at the window had the greatest impact on me, probably because they were the first thing I noticed, and because they were to stay with us right through the war, and for maybe a couple of years after that. I remember going into the drawing-room one day, some months after peace had been declared, to find Mother standing on the chiffonier, unhooking the blinds herself, saying to one of the maids, "Take these outside and burn them." And that was goodbye to the blackout at Bracket Towers. The rose garden about which Father had been so cagey had in fact been dug up as a vegetable patch. I could only say, "Oh, my beautiful roses!" Of course they were not mine, but I'd always looked upon them as being my responsibility, and their disappearance to be replaced by turnips and Brussels sprouts came as a tremendous shock. I thought of poor Pepper and how he must be feeling, so I rushed round to see him. He was working in the kitchen garden as always, and when I lifted the latch and went into his warm, sunny haven, I might have been turning the clock back to the day that I left for Italy. Pepper seemed to be wearing the same clothes. When he looked up to see who had come in, there was only a slight smile on his mouth. He never did express much emotion. He looked older, though, but then old trees look older too, and Pepper, if anything, looked more like a gnarled old oak than ever. I asked about the roses, and it was clear from his answer that he felt it as a bitter blow. "Never mind, Miss Hilda. Your roses are quite safe," he said comfortingly, when he saw I was obviously upset as he was, and he took me round the walls of the garden, where all the rose trees had been carefully transplanted. We stood admiring them together. An aircraft flew low over the house heading south. Pepper looked up at it disapprovingly and then turned to me saying, "When this darn business is over, Miss Hilda, we'll have all the roses back where they belong. You mark my words." And as always, Pepper was to be proved right. Apart from the physical changes to the towers, I noticed changes in the family too. After I'd been at home long enough for the initial excitement to wear off, my father had become more reticent than ever and had withdrawn into his shell far more than I remembered. He used to spend long periods alone in his room. He still managed to appear very bright and breezy with others, but I think the war and its terrible toll on the nation affected him severely. As a soldier, he felt impotent at home, and I knew that he would have given anything to change places with Gil. But he had fought his war, and he appreciated that he had to take a back seat in this new modern war, which was so very different from his own experiences in India and in France. Nevertheless, he was doing what he could. He was playing an active role in the local Home Guard. Bands of men from the surrounding area used to parade in the drive at the towers with an assorted collection of ironmongery, while Father barked orders at them from the steps. Father also supervised the erection of Anderton shelters on the estate and in Bracket Basing himself. He said that his experience of digging trenches in the Great War was second to none. We felt that the constant problems with the sewerage at the towers probably played a greater part in his skill with the shovel, but we never said so to his face. It wouldn't have been fair. I think the war brought out hidden qualities in Mother, which really established her as the stronger of the two. She always seemed to be full of confidence and optimism, even when things were at their blackest. During the long dog fights that took place over the Kentish countryside that summer, Mother would stand on the terraces for hours with her racing binoculars, cheering on the pilots of the Hurricanes and Spitfires, while Father sat mournfully in his room, and the rest of us tried to concentrate on more cheerful subjects. The people who were billeted with us came and went frequently, so that at times the house seemed like a transit hotel. It was quite unusual to have the same faces at breakfast as had been around the table the night before. I suppose being in the country, Bracket Towers was considered safer than London, and a number of very important people came to stay with us from time to time. The stable yards had been converted into a small vehicle depot. The dogs must have thought we'd gone quite mad. There were jeeps and motorcycles all over the place. We now had our own petrol pump too, which was operated by hand, and I noticed that Pepper's standing of living seemed to improve remarkably after he was given sole responsibility for allocating and ordering the fuel. I was very glad that Father had seen fit to raise his wages at a time when everyone else was cutting back. It showed that the Brackets could not be daunted easily. After a few weeks resting at home, Gil went back to join his regiment that was stationed somewhere in the depths of muddyish rural Yorkshire. Elspeth had started working as an auxiliary nurse in a hospital in Godalming, which meant that we did not see much of her, and both my parents were fully occupied with their voluntary work. It looked as if the time had come for me to start to do my bit for the war effort. I'd been mulling over in my mind the most suitable thing that I could do, but very few of my accomplishments seemed ideally suited to fighting or helping infectors. I was in this dilemma when I had a letter from Flavia, who told me she'd joined something called the Land Army. This meant driving tractors and mucking out cowsheds, which sounded awfully good fun. So, less than a week later, I was up to my ankles in slurry at 7 o'clock in the morning, having the time of my life. I was lucky in finding work on a farm not far from Bracket Towers, which meant I could carry on living at home. My hours were very long and arduous, but I enjoyed working in the open air, and once I had learned how to drive a tractor, I was able to plough fields and pull farm vehicles about the land. After the excitement of my time in Italy and the escape from France, I was more than happy to live quietly at home, getting up with the lark and going to bed with the setting sun. I even came to like wearing Wellingtons and the awful dungarees that we had to put on to keep our clothes relatively clean. I borrowed some old shirts of Gil's, which were much too big for me, but which kept me very warm in winter. The only thing I could not bear were snoods. We all wore them to keep our hair in place, but I thought they were terribly ugly, and I used to take mine off whenever I could. The worst job I was ever made to do was lifting turnips in the spring of 1942. Oh, there were rows of land girls bent double in lines all across huge fields, picking up turnips for what seemed like weeks on end and putting them in large bins. Oh, it was back-breaking and monotonous, and by the end of it I could do more things with a turnip than I ever imagined possible. I've not eaten one since. I remember that November particularly well for the speech that the Prime Minister Winston Churchill made at the Mansion House the Tuesday before bonfire night. Like all his speeches, this was filled with hope, but following the victory in Egypt, in which Gill was involved, there was at last some cause for real optimism. It looked as though we might win the war at last. I can remember crowding round the wireless set in Father's study that always seemed to pick up a bewildering variety of signals. Of course it took much longer to warm up than a modern radio, but in a way that made the waiting all the more worthwhile. Eventually a little light came on behind the tuning band, and Father fiddled with his knob until he picked up the home service as best he could. I can still remember Churchill's most famous words from that speech as if he had spoken them yesterday. "This is not the end. It is not even the beginning of the end. But it is perhaps the end of the beginning." Oh, how that made us all stir our stumps and jump too. Many of the cows complained bitterly the next morning when I started milking them with renewed gusto, tugging at their udders in double quick time so that I could get on to the next job, mucking out the pigs. The most extraordinary thing about being in the Land Army, however, was that during the whole time I hardly sang at all. Singing for me was associated with happiness and peace. It was associated with the warmth of Italy and, of course, with Ernesto. I was happy in Bracket Towers, but in a very different way, and for months on end, the only time I filled my lungs to make any noise other than speaking was when I was calling the cows in for milking in the morning and evening. I was very good at doing that, though. Mother often used to hear me on a fine day, and the farm was a good couple of miles from the Towers. I kept up my exercises every morning, of course, and I would not be at all surprised if that and calling the cows did not help to make my voice what it is today. The fact that I did not sing for that long period naturally made the next change in my life the more ironical. Father had become accustomed to inviting army officers stationed near us to dinner once in a while, and on one particular evening, about a year after the episode with the turnips, we were all having a very jolly time when Father asked if I would sing something. I complained I was terribly out of practice, but he persisted, and I agreed to sing from a collection of folk songs that we had. These went down awfully well, and I was persuaded to sing a few songs from Gilbert and Sullivan, with the boys joining in with the men's parts. At the end of the evening, two of the young men asked if I would consider visiting their camp to sing to the troops, which delighted me. The concert was to be given in the main canteen of the army camp, though there were masses of people from the village and surrounding parishes who packed in to hear me as well as the soldiers. I was top of the bill for the evening, which was rather thrilling, and meant that I did not come on until the end. This gave me ample time to judge the mood of the audience, and to arrange my own programme accordingly. There were 3 other acts, or performances, apart from my own. There was a string quartet with 5 musicians, a violin, a cello, a viola, a double bass, and a flute. They were really very good, and they were going to accompany me at the end of the concert. The second performance was given by a man who did impersonations. He was going really splendidly, until he impersonated Lord Haw-Haw, and became rather confused with Winston Churchill. That did not go down very well. The third artiste did clever things with paper. He folded it into different shapes and tore it to make pretty patterns. It was a great pity that the paper shortage rather cramped his style, but I was amazed what he was able to do with the lavatory roll. When it came to my turn, I decided to open with The Miller's Daughter, which was rather pleasant to sing, and which I thought would go down rather well. I also sang They Call Me Mimi, Musetta's Waltz Song, and for my finale, the contralto solo of Elizabeth I from Merry England, O Peaceful England. Of course we had to alter the key for me, but I thought that in those troubled days it was the right sort of song to sing. Although I say it myself, the applause at the end of my 5th encore did indicate that I brought a touch of professionalism to the evening, and the audience certainly seemed to appreciate the work that had gone into preparing my small offering. We went backstage afterwards for biscuits and tea, and as I was standing there in my stage makeup, which I admit might have looked rather incongruous under a normal lighting, a lady came up and asked if I were really feeling all right. She thought that I looked rather flushed. They did not really understand about 5 and 9 in that part of the world. Once we were all changed, we were all escorted to the officers' mess for a drink, and then one of the young officers who'd been to dinner with us before introduced himself again. He was very charming and seemed terribly interested in the work I had done with Ernesto in Italy. We talked together for about half an hour, and then he asked if he might call on me the following day, which was a Sunday. I told him I would be milking until 9, but that he was very welcome to call any time after that. Oh, sure enough, at 10 o'clock, a jeep pulled up outside the front door, and the young officer stepped out. I invited him into the house, but he asked if we could go for a walk in the grounds. I rather hoped that he might want to go into the maze, but he didn't. We continued our conversation about Italy from the night before, and when I came to the part about escaping, he cut in and said, "I think I better explain why I am asking you to tell me this in such detail, fascinating as it is. You see, I am an agent." Oh, naturally, I was taken aback. I was also very excited. The chance of finding an agent on my own doorstep was more than I dared to hope. But to be actually approached by one so soon after a concert was out of this world. Oh, I thought how thrilled Ernesto would have been if he could have been there to hear my news. In the end, when there was nothing more to tell him, he asked if I would like to work for him. I told him that under other circumstances I would have jumped at the chance, but as it was, I did not think I could really leave the farm in the middle of a war just to pursue my career as a singer, important to me as it was. He said that if that weren't the only objection, it could easily be taken care of. Besides, I was going to be doing far more than just singing, and I realized he probably had ideas of me travelling around singing to the troops. So I agreed to work with him there and then. 4 days later, on the Thursday, I went to meet him in his office to start my training. My father, who sensed that I'd missed my true vocation, was very pleased that the two important elements in my life, service and music, could be combined. The office looked very much like a military office. There were none of the photographs of actors and actresses that I associated with agents pinned on the wall, and the guard on the door rather took me by surprise as well. "Well now," the agent said after I had completed a 3-hour written paper answering questions on Vicenza and the surrounding districts, "you've shown me what you can do on paper. Let's see what you can do outside. I'll give you some clothes I'd like you to wear while you're here." And I was taken to what seemed like a large warehouse, but which turned out to be the wardrobe. There I was given a khaki uniform, which was covered in strange pockets and buttons, and a peaked cap. I grew to like my uniform. It was reminiscent of dear Anna Neagle's WRAC's uniform, which looked wonderful. Of course she was then just a film star, but is now a personal friend, and has given me such encouragement in writing these memories. The following week, I was taken through an assault course. I'd never been assaulted before, but I could see the sense in being prepared for the worst. I was made to crawl on my stomach under a wide wire net, swing through a wood on long ropes, climb a wall, and crawl through a drainage pipe half filled with water, which at times seemed a bit excessive. What was worse, though, was that all the time there were men shouting at me and throwing lumps of maddened old vegetables as I made my way past them. Some of the language I had certainly never heard before. Of course, I have heard that in certain countries the audience throw things if they don't like what you're singing, and I suppose the agent was trying to create as realistic conditions as he could. However, I really did think things were going a bit too far. There seemed to be a lot of running at night with a compass too, which would have been useful for roles like the Italian girl in Algiers, except that I did not really see myself playing parts like that. I'd always preferred the nice costume roles. However, I had absolute faith in my agent. He obviously knew what he was doing and what he wanted, and he had promised to give me further details after my auditioning period was over. In the end, I decided that perhaps he was something of a composer himself and was writing his own piece, which I was helping him to run through first of all. Oh, he was so wonderfully inventive and thoughtful, which impressed me too. A great deal of time was spent learning how to work wireless transmitters, which I thought was a terribly original idea, because how many actors really understand the workings of the theatre tannoy? At the same time, I imagined that we might be playing in rather remote areas where the cast had to get in touch with the stage manager to say, "I'll be ready in 5 minutes," instead of the more usual call from the prompt corner. I have to admit, I did have very severe misgivings about the advisability of issuing cyanide pills. From my own point of view, I did not really think that things would ever become that desperate. After singing from the Pearl Fishers on a cafe table in wartime France, I doubted whether I could face many more challenging audiences, and I was certain that things would have to get pretty bad before I did away with myself. Ernesto had always told me to face up to my audience, and he would have been horrified. Besides, Mother had always told me, if you've any trouble, always carry a bottle of magnesia with you, and that rule has served her well on many occasions. I think the greatest surprise of the whole strange episode was finding that my first booking was behind the enemy lines in Italy. It struck me as one of the great ironies of show business how frequently one ends up performing at the place where one trained initially. Of course, being parachuted in was one thing. Landing was quite another story. I found myself half in and half out of a tree, in a rather indelicate position in the middle of the night 2 weeks after the Allies had landed in Sicily. If I had known how quickly and easily I was going back, I would not have bothered coming out at all, but that's show business. Suddenly I heard footsteps coming through the undergrowth, and the figure of a man appeared out of the shadows looking for me. When I saw his face, I let out a little cry of surprise. It was Massimo. "Save the silk! I want it for underwear," I whispered to him as he climbed the tree with a knife in his teeth to cut me free. I had been eyeing that parachute, and I was certainly not going to let lovely material like that go without a fight. I do not know how I managed to keep it hidden for the rest of the war, but I succeeded in tucking it away no matter where I was, and the family were thrilled when I got back, and they all had lovely silk underwear, even Father and Gil. It lasted jolly well too. My nephew, Julian, still has his quota. Massimo's English seemed to have improved remarkably since we had last met. He admired my uniform and said how smart I looked, but I said that I thought it needed a lot of roses on the lapels and something in the hat. I asked about Ernesto and how he was, but Massimo would only say that he'd not seen Ernesto for some time because they'd both been very busy. Ernesto was no longer working in Vicenza, Massimo said, but he did not really know where he was. He could see that I was very disappointed with this news and told me to pull myself together because I had a very important job to do which would help Ernesto and everybody like him. Apparently, I'd been dropped only a few miles from the lake where we had spent the Sunday when war was declared. Massimo and I spent the rest of the night in the wood, and the following morning he drove me into Vicenza, and to my amazement, straight to Ernesto's house. On the way, he explained that he was a double agent, but I was so confused by this time that I could not follow what he was saying. The only thing that was clear was that the authorities thought that I had been kidnapped by either the mafia or the communists the night of Mussolini's birthday party, and they'd been trying to find me ever since. And Massimo, who had somehow become connected with supplying the Germans false information, had told them that he knew where I was, and had agreed to bring me to them, and this was what he was doing that morning. Apparently, morale among the German armies in Italy was at a very low ebb. and the High Command thought that the troops needed something to buck them up. The man who had been German ambassador in Italy before the war had advised that there was only one person who was capable of making men want to go into battle, and that person was me. The fact that I was English did not seem to matter. The ex-ambassador pointed out that William Joyce, Lord Haw-Haw, was English too. What was important, he had said, was that the army should be persuaded to fight harder, and wireless broadcasts of my singing were thought to be the ideal means of achieving this end. Of course, returning to Ernesto's house was terribly wounding for me. I had spent so many happy times there, that to see the Nazi swastika flying overhead next to the huge wireless aerial on the roof was almost enough to make me weep. But when Massimo explained the way in which I was to play a vital role in liberating Italy, while apparently helping the enemy, I gritted my teeth and remembered all that Ernesto had taught me. This was going to be my finest hour. When I arrived at the house, I was led up the steps and remember meeting a man in a grey uniform smoking a vile-smelling cigar, who asked me questions about my music. He did not seem in the least concerned where I had been since the night of Mussolini's birthday. His only interest was whether I could sing or not. I suppose I might have been rather offhand with him at the time, but I felt on the point of bursting into tears when I remembered the hours that Ernesto and I had spent together in that room. When I was here before, it was in a very different capacity, I told my questioner. I did a lot of my best singing in this same room. Very well, he told me, stubbing out his cigar and looking at me with his little piggy eyes. Now you are here again. Perhaps you will oblige me by singing once more. Oh, I'm not in the mood, I told him as defiantly as I could. Besides, I never sing without piano accompaniment. To my amazement, the man got up and lumbered to the concert grand. He threw back the lid, pulled out a piece of Wagner, and thrusting it towards me yelled, "Sing that!" Well, nobody had ever spoken to me like that before, and I was so angry I was determined to sing his wretched music if it killed me. The piano was in perfect tune, amazingly enough, and I discovered that for a heavy man he played with great dexterity and feeling, which annoyed me even more in a way. However, I took a deep breath and launched into one of Brunhilde's arias from Siegfried, and suddenly found that I could sing it. In fact, I became so carried away that it was not until we finished that I turned round to find that there were 3 other people standing in the room. 2 men in uniform who brought in papers and left as soon as I'd finished singing, and the woman, Fraulein Evelyn Braun, who stayed. She looked very starchy, as Nanny would have said, dressed in a box-pleated skirt and shoes with tongues that curled over into a roll at the front. She was wearing a white blouse with a very mean brooch at the neck. Her hair was cut short and was parted on one side like a man's. My accompanist introduced me to her and said that she would look after me while I was staying there. Then he dismissed me. To all intents and purposes, my war ended there. The fighting in Italy went on for another 18 months, until the surrender of the German armies in Italy on the 2nd of May 1945, and I remained in Vicenza all that time. But what I did, and what was achieved behind the closed doors of the music room in Ernesto's house, must, unfortunately, remain a secret for as long as any threat to these islands remain. However, after consultation with those senior to me, I have obtained permission to hint at the simple methods that we employed, although it must be stressed that what I'm about to say is merely the barest outline. As I have explained, I was engaged by the Germans to spur their men into battle by broadcasting to the troops in the field. I used to sing arias from all the popular operas, although understandably the works of Wagner featured prominently in the repertoire. At the same time, though, I was, of course, being listened to by the Allies. Situated where I was at the nerve centre of the enemy's communications, I was in an ideal position to obtain invaluable information on troop movements, supply routes, aircraft distribution, and battle plans. The problem was how the information was to be imparted. Now here, someone at Whitehall, or wherever it was, had a brainwave. Since the Germans had engaged me to broadcast, The obvious thing to do was to establish a code which could be easily incorporated into my songs. In that way there could be no suspicion of what I was really doing, and the Allies would be kept in constant touch with what was going on behind the enemy lines. In addition, during heavy engagements, when information was most needed, my broadcasts were stepped up to inspire the enemy troops, so that a constant stream of information could be guaranteed. No doubt in time the full story can be told, but until then I would be failing in my duty if I disclosed more. The Official Secret Act covers us all, high and low. Indeed, if I said so much as high and low notes, well, not to mention wrong notes, I would be giving away far too much. His Majesty's secrets are now Her Majesty's secrets, and they are safe with me. As far as I was concerned, I was doing my job in the only way that I could. As always in my life, I was lucky. I was living and working under the noses of the enemy for 18 months, but I was never suspected. In fact, my name had been put forward for the Knight's Cross only a fortnight before the war came to an end. If it had carried on a few months longer, I might even have met Hitler, but as with Mussolini, that was not to be. The war ended for me as it had begun in Vicenza, but, like so many throughout the war, it ended on a note of sadness, as well as one of immense relief. I and all my family were safe, but Ernesto, my inspiration throughout the long frightening months, and the cause of my initial success, had disappeared. The morning the Allied troops entered Vicenza, I was alone in the house. I watched them drive past the window in triumph, and surrounded by cheering crowds and festooned with flowers. Then I walked slowly into the music room for the last time, sat down at the concert grand, and sang Mimi's Farewell. Somehow it seemed very fitting. Chapter 6. Days of Triumph.
Touring days, what ages it seems to be.
Since the landlady of Norwich served a mouse up in the porridge and a beetle in the morning tea.
Touring days, alluring days, far back into the past we gaze. We used to tip the dresses every Friday night
and pass it over lightly when they came in tight.
But somehow to us it seemed all right. Those wonderful touring days.
The war had only been over a couple of months when I auditioned for the Rosa Charles Opera Company. I knew very little about the company when I saw the advertisement asking for singers on the card in a newsagent's window. All that I could find out was that it had been established by an American millionairess, Lois Patton Varda, who had come to England immediately after the war had ended to found an opera company. She was, well, slightly eccentric, and spent most of the fortune that she had inherited from her father on antiques and early 20th century objets d'art. Miss Patton Varda had named the company after her parents, Rosa and Charles, of whom she'd been very fond, and that family spirit seemed to flow throughout the company. I remember meeting her on the day of my audition in most unexpected surroundings. When I arrived at the address given on the card, nobody seemed to know where she was. "Well, she's somewhere in the building, lady," said the porter at the door to the office block, adding, "She always is." After some time, I pushed open a door at the end of one corridor, marked "Keep Out, Private," and found myself in a barn-like building which must have been one of the warehouses. There was a group of people painting scenery, and I went over to the oldest of them, a woman dressed in an old brown coat, and started talking to her to see if I could find out a little more about this curious organization. I asked her if she liked working for the Rosa Charles, and she said, "Gee, yes," in a pronounced American drawl, which suddenly switched to being very country. This was Miss Patton-Varda herself. She auditioned me there and then in the paint shop. I gave her a brief summary of my singing career, and I was just getting to the description of how I joined a Nesto school when she cut in, saying, Okay, stop messing about. Sing me a couple of notes. What, here? Well, you can sing, can't you? It's big enough, isn't it? I felt there was something of a latter-day Lillian Bayliss about her. I've always felt the same about Evatne, too. So, I sang her 2 or 3 high notes, and she said, You'll do. You're in. Next, please. Well, of course, there was nobody else waiting, so she gave me a paintbrush, saying, Okay, honey, better start to earn your keep. Get painting this tree. And I started my job with the company. The first really dramatic role that I played with the Rosa Charles was Mad Margaret in Ruddigore. This happened quite by chance, as it often does with young singers. Vida Peplum, who was then the high mezzo soloist of the company, had been taken rather poorly at the last minute, and I found myself going on in her place. I had seen Vida play the role, and I had seen Ruddigore as a child, so I was able to draw on my memory for inspiration. But I was terribly nervous and very under-rehearsed. The gentleman who was playing Sir Despard Murgatroyd, the bad baronet with whom Margaret had been in love for years, was Cledwyn Muggershaw, who had a wonderful baritone voice. It was a sort of voice that you could listen to and imagine Tower Bridge opening. It had that special effect. Cledwyn was very good to me. He looked terrifying on stage, but he was sweetness itself before he went on. Now, Hilda, dear, he told me, don't be too worried. You'll be wonderful. We're all behind you. Oh, that's what worries me, I answered timidly. Well, when Margaret makes her first entrance onto the stage, she is young, barefoot, and her clothes are in tatters. She is really in an old wedding dress that she's lived in for years. Poor girl, she's not really mad at all. She's not even deranged. She's just very sad. She fell in love with Despard Murgatroyd when she was very young, but because he inherited the baronetcy, making him the wicked Baron of Ruddigore, he was required to commit a dastardly crime every day. Otherwise something dreadful would happen to him. He just felt that he could not marry her. So he left her at the altar, and she never got over the shock. Well, of course it all ends happily, but I felt the demands put on me by that first entrance more than any other stage entrance I ever made with the Rosa Charles. The company and the papers were full of praise. The Snitterton Bugle said the following day,
Hilda Bracket's performance at the Empire Theatre Snitterton last night was pure madness. Casting can be a major problem for any director, but last night the audience witnessed what can only be described as inspiration, pure and simple. Margaret is a demanding role, and Miss Bracket threw herself into the part with frightening determination, seldom seen in such an inexperienced young singer. Valiantly supported by the other members of the company, she led us through the nightmare of Margaret's opening scene to the final happy conclusion. Catharsis is an emotion that is not usually associated with the works of Gilbert and Sullivan, but last night the stern-faced audience that left the Empire after this performance had not only seen madness at first hand, they had experienced it in the most harrowing way. Cledwyn Muggershaw, as the evil baronet, suggested...
Oh, that made me feel awfully proud, as it was the first professional notice that I had ever received in England. Of course, in later years with the Rosa Charles, I was able to call her Margaret when I was playing roles like Lucia. I've always felt that it was a pity that Maria Callas never played Margaret. I think she would have been excellent in the part. She was good. Difficult, but good. But she was never really ambitious. She never did play any Gilbert and Sullivan. I was terribly lucky to have been given that chance so early in my time with the company, and I did not mind in the slightest when they put me back in the chorus as soon as Vida was fit again. I'd been given my chance to prove myself, and that was all that counted as far as I was concerned. In later years I looked back to that first night as Margaret with great satisfaction. she has undoubtedly been my favourite role ever since. I had been singing back in the chorus about 6 weeks after Radigo, when, to my delight, I was cast as Frasquita in Carmen. Carmen herself was to be played by the Italian soprano Giulietta Catodrota, who was guesting with Rosa Charles at great expense for a short season. She had been a pupil of the great but difficult Italian maestro Vestibules, and I think she picked up some of her temperament from her. If she could have saved the dramas for the stage, things would have been easier. But she used to run around backstage before the performance, beating her chest and saying, "I cannot go on, I cannot go on." And then, of course, she couldn't, you see. She'd no breath left. With Carmen, however, we had only just reached the dress rehearsal stage, and the dramas had not yet started in earnest. We were all sitting in the stalls in our costumes, while the orchestra was going through its paces. I had a cardigan, half of my twin set, over my shoulders, and a box of chocolates and my score of Carmen on my lap. Suddenly, a tall, angular girl with glasses, a long plait, banjo and gumboots appeared at the end of my row, and asked if she could come through to the empty seat beside me. So we all stood up to let her come through, and as she passed me, her banjo caught in my chocolate box. I leant forward, and all my noisette creams fell clattering to the floor. There was a big shushing from the pit, and as I bent down to pick them up, the girl stepped on my fingers with one of her enormous Goodyear gumboots. As I looked up at her in agony, she said, "My name is Evadne Mona Montpellier Hinge," to which I replied through gritted teeth, "Well, you'll have to learn to live with it." That was our first meeting. She left a marked impression on me. My fingers still throb to this day in cold weather, and she never offered to pay for my chocolates. Of course she came from a Scottish family, which accounts for a lot, I think. Before joining the Rosa Charles, Evadne had taken her two middle names, Mona Montpellier, and had worked as Mona Montpellier, banjoist. She used to sing well-known pieces and accompany herself on the banjo to earn money. But when this bold venture proved to be over-ambitious, she swallowed her pride, which could not have been easy, and joined the Rosa Charles very soon after its foundation to play small parts and study on the music side. Evadne had come from a very good Scottish family. Her mother had been Maureen McWhirter before her marriage to her music teacher, Hector Hinge. I well remember being shown a photograph of Evadne's father. He was very like Bertrand Russell, and deaf, but apparently he was a very charming man. He was just 17 years older than his wife, and he died sadly when Evadne was only just in her teens, so she does not remember very much about him. Evadne's mother, Maureen, is a charming woman, very well preserved. She is a woman who has reminded me on several occasions of that wonderful actress Brenda de Banzi, who was so good in those Ealing films. Evadne did not speak about her family a great deal in those early years, and I really only came to know them when we both moved to Stockton-Tressill. I know she had a younger sister, Lavinia, with whom she never exactly saw eye to eye, and I also knew there was a great tragedy in her life, the mysterious disappearance of her twin brother, Lester. Lester was deaf, in the other ear from Evadne, and had left home when he was 17 to run away to sea. Nothing has ever been heard of him since, and Evadne still does not discuss the subject, even after all these years. She used to go down to the sea frequently while she was at home, and put a message inside the bottle in the hope that one day it might reach Lester. They did a roaring trade in ginger beer whenever Evadne was with her family. Even today, she's only to see the name of a well-known building society, and she goes completely cold. If we are in the car, and I catch sight of the advertisement or the sign, I veer off very quickly. It's caused one or two minor mishaps, but better that, I feel, than the harm it might cause Evadne in later years. We struck up a friendship straight away. There was a terrific rapport musically. I wanted to sing all the great roles, and Evadne wanted to direct all the great operas. The Rosa Charles toured a great deal in those early years, Yvette and I actually met at the Empire Theatre, Snitterton, which was a lovely old theatre, but like so many others, has sadly disappeared. After that production of Carmen, we did Aid the following week, in repertory with Iolanthe. Well, somebody had the marvellous idea of doubling upon the costumes, but both Yvette and I questioned the wisdom of dressing the citizens of ancient Egypt as peers of the realm. But we all have to learn. The Rosa Charles was a wonderful company to work with. We shall never see its like again. We made many dear friends while we were with them, and met a number of others in the company as well. I grew very fond of a contralto called Jean Batkin. She was a, big girl with a very nice voice. She was a bit of a giggler, however, and in later years we had one or two problems with her. I remember when Yvette had taken over the orchestra, and we were doing Hansel and Gretel. Jean had been cast as the witch. I was playing Hansel, a trouser role in Lederhosen, and my Gretel was Dodi Bantock. It had been decided at one of the production meetings that the gingerbread house that features in Act 2 should be as realistic as possible, and Yvette insisted that it should be covered with real sweets. Now, this proved to be a serious miscalculation for Jean, who got so bored waiting in the wings started to eat the pieces of cut-up Mars bar that had been secured to the house with syrup. Dodi and I would come on, see the house, and stand back in amazement, and then we would start eating pieces of it, hence the sweets. I must admit that it was difficult trying to sing with a stomach full of Mars bar, but Yvette was very insistent on this point. Well, one night Jean was standing in the wings with Nunton Oddstock, another dear friend of ours. He was 6'2", 14 stone, and a beautiful dancer. He was very light on my feet. He and Jean were listening to Act 1, and must have absent-mindedly started eating the pieces of Mars bar. Of course, they were both very big, and had jolly good appetites, and by the time it came to the scene change, the house was wheeled on, and there was not a sweet on it. Vera Thomas was another tower of strength in the chorus of Rosa Charles. She was not ambitious, which is just as well, because in any production there are only so many parts for so many people, and naturally some of us got bigger parts than others. Now, if we were lucky, that was that, and I was lucky. I had a lot of big parts, in fact. I eventually ended up playing all the leads, but I didn't mind at all. I put on a brave face and loved every minute of it. On the male side of the company, there were many very amusing men, and some quite good singers. There was Warrington Barrowstock, a fine baritone, with a penchant for light ale, which did nothing to improve his voice, Merton Pinkney, who used to take the bets round to the nearest bookie, and dear Cledwyn Muggershaw, who came from a very good family, and who resembled me in so many other ways. The one man in the Rosa Charles who neither Yvette nor I had any time for was Courtney Pines, the company secretary. He became rather enamoured of Dodi Bantock, whereupon they left the Rosa Charles and formed a double act called Bantock and Pines. She sang, and he accompanied her on the bassoon. She never had a strong voice, and he always had sticky fingers. I don't think they ever really made a go of it on their own. Courtney was tall and gaunt, whereas Dodi was short with auburn hair. They must have looked a strange couple on the stage, and that might have been part of the reason that they did not stay in the business for very long. The last time I heard of them, they were running a rock and gift stall in Bournemouth. I do not think she was singing any more, though the CM might have improved her voice. No catalogue of the personalities in the Rosa Charles would be complete, however, without a mention of our devoted and tireless wardrobe assistant, Maud Bullitt. Oh, Maud had been brought up in a little Suffolk village called Stackton Treshill. She adored sewing, and she could do wonderful herringbone stitches on anything. She became a wonderful friend to Yvette and me in those early days, and she has stuck to us ever since. Maud was willing to turn her hand to anything. I remember once during a run of Princess Ida, she went on stage as one of the daughters of the plough, which was very suitable in a way, especially as she did not have to sing. A violent epidemic of flu had swept through the chorus, and impatience, which we were performing in repertory with Radigor, the 20 lovesick maidens were reduced to 6. Evatne, who was conducting, had to wear a scarf in the pit, which meant that she did not wear her evening dress either. But one could not afford to be too fussy when her health was at stake. Oh, that was the same evening when the door of the pit swung and hit her on the backside just after she'd walked past the front row, and she turned round to say a few sharp words to the man sitting immediately in front of the door. Maud was always flatteringly attentive to me. She was always insistent that the drugget was laid from the wings to my dressing room to save my lovely costumes, which made Evatne envious, because nobody ever put out the red carpet for her. However, Evatne is by nature a very forgiving person. She just needs understanding. She left the company for a brief period to complete her degree, and in the meantime I graduated to playing all the leads and was eventually offered a seat on the board of governors, which I accepted. Evatne returned in the summer of 1946, flushed with success, and bearing the title of Doctor. She is now Dr. Evatne Mona Montpellier Hinge PTH LRAM. The PTH stands for part-time herbalist. Well, it was one of the options on her music course. But she became fascinated with the subject and is still one of only 3 registered part-time herbalists in the United Kingdom. She came back to Rosa Charles as assistant musical director to Herbert von Twinsetman. However, it was only a matter of weeks before she was dramatically elevated to the post of musical director of the Rosa Charles. Poor Herbert was terribly absent-minded and never really looked where he was going. He was coming out of the stage door one night, clearly with his mind on other things. He hit the bar of the door that said push bar to open, but instead of one side opening, the whole door fell out completely. Herbert followed the door, landing on the slippery fire escape that had been saturated in the recent downpour, and fell all the way down 2 flights of iron steps, baton in hand. He never conducted again, which was tragic. As soon as Evatne heard what had happened to him, she came into my dressing room and said, "Hilda, looks as though I'll be conducting tomorrow." She's always been very quick to spot these things. We realised that now there was an opportunity to make all the changes to the company that we had dreamt about previously. Evatne was determined to liven the company up, and the week after she took over, we did the ring cycle at the Lyceum at Crewe, immediately followed by a season of the Dancing Years in Edinburgh. Of course, many of the company were tired, but they appreciate the changes that we were trying to make. 1947 brought me the most thrilling surprise, my damehood. I remember waking up one morning to find a heavy decal-edged envelope lying in the hall. Inside there was a crested piece of paper saying that I was commanded to appear at Buckingham Palace, and that in a New Year's honours list I was to be made a Dame of the British Empire for my services. Oh, I couldn't believe it. I was absolutely overwhelmed. I dashed into Evatne's room and said, "Oh, look at this." She didn't say very much, which was not unusual first thing in the morning, but I did think it was rather peculiar when she went out shopping at 7:45, since the shops did not open until 9. In a way, it was slightly ironical that I should have been made a dame. My parents were titled, of course, and we children had always been the honourables, so the new distinction, flattering as it was, came as far less of a change to me than it might have done to anyone else. Well, Evatne, for instance. The Brackets always wore their honours lightly. Everybody in the company was terribly excited, although they only found out in the papers. Evatne kept the secret very well, and did not breathe a word to a soul. In fact, I do not recall her ever commenting on my damehood. My parents were very pleased too. Mother offered me her furs, which I had never worn before, but which I have adored ever since. I decided to wear my pearls, which were very much a part of me then, and a nice tea frock. The only problem was my hat, but here Maud stepped in by suggesting a woman called Lillian Malmsby, who made the most beautiful hats. Mother thought that the hat I chose made me look too old, but I loved it. It was dark brown, and I've always liked browns. It had one plume at the back and a lovely velvet bow. It didn't hide my face, and I thought it was absolutely right for the occasion. There was only one slight blemish to an otherwise perfect day. The King and Queen, whom I'd last met at my presentation at court as the Duke and Duchess of York, had been unexpectedly called away to Scotland, and the Princess Royal was standing in their place. Oh, she was a charming lady, but I was slightly disappointed that I did not have the opportunity of meeting the King and Queen. Well, I'd looked forward to congratulating them. They'd done so well. Little did I imagine then that in later years I would have the honour of meeting their eldest daughter, our own dear Queen. Although 1947 began with great jubilation at Bracket Towers, it ended on a note of deep sadness with my father's tragic death just before Christmas. A large group of us had gathered at the Towers to prepare for a big party that was being given on the 20th, the Saturday before Christmas. Father was in a very jolly mood. He always did liven up at Christmas time when his family were gathered all around him. He'd been given the recipe for a new punch, which he insisted on trying a couple of days before the party. So, on the Thursday evening, he asked Cork to prepare a sample, which we all thought was terribly good. It was so good, in fact, that Cork had to go and prepare 2 more samples in the course of the evening. It must have been quite late when we decided to play charades. Mother, who was feeling very tired, said, "I'll sit back and watch you children play with your father." She always called us children, even though both Gil and Elspeth were married, and I was a dame. When it came to my father's turn, he seemed to have a sudden idea, and he dashed up the stairs to the landing and began to loosen my great-grandfather's ceremonial sword that was hanging on the wall. I think, through an unfortunate mixture of too much punch and an expansive movement, he loosened the sword too suddenly, which caused it to swing round on its fastenings and fall out of the scabbard, pinning my poor father to the bathroom door. I think things were too late even then, but Gil dashed forward to help, hit his foot against one of the electric points, and blew the main fuse in the house so that all the lights went out. When Cork appeared with some candles, it was evident that father had died as he had lived, by the sword. It was a fitting, if unexpected end, for an old soldier. Mother took father's death very well. Oh, she missed him terribly at first, but she is a woman of great character who has learned to come to terms with things as they are. She never thought of marrying again, although she was still young enough, and many men would have been happy to have spent their declining years with her. But she took great relief from having the family near her, and still lives at our house at Bracket Basing, now that Gil and Nan live in the Towers. One of the first things that Gil did after father had died was to investigate the mysterious little room. In fact, it did not reveal much to clear the question of father's close secrecy. All that we found in there was father's desk, which only seemed to contain a candle, a ruler, a pen, and a selection of school nibs. On the windowsill there was a decanter with the remains of some port and an upturned glass. The one unusual item we found was a lady's dressing gown hanging on the back of the door. Well, nobody knows to whom it belonged or how it got there. It was quilted, and inside there were a pair of lace gloves, but those were the only clues that we had. Mother thinks that it might have belonged to Granny Bracket, or someone he knew before he married. But she must have been a tall woman, whoever she was. However, her identity has been a mystery ever since. I tried to get home more often after father died, but life with the company was becoming increasingly hectic with Evadne in charge, and it was not always easy to get away. The repertoire had become far more varied, of course, but we used to stick to a regular pattern. We put the heavier shows on in the winter. Macbeth was always in the first week of December. The Gilbert and Sullivan season, on the other hand, was always in spring, which is the most suitable time of the year for their work, in my opinion. Verdi was late autumn, when the misty scenes in Force of Destiny were so much more realistic. People would relive what they'd just seen on stage as they fought their way out of the car park. Both Evatney and I felt that it was very important to put on the right show at the right time. Apart from a great variety of shows, we toured a great many theatres. We would play maybe the Sunderland Empire for 3 weeks, then transfer to the Theatre Royal Northampton for 10 days to a fortnight, before transferring to the Empire Snitterton for a 6-week season. I was always fond of Snitterton, because it was so open-minded. Opera and farming blended so well there. The Empire was not a large theatre, but it had a wonderful atmosphere, and there was a big proscenium arch, which is so essential for opera. The major drawback was that the pit was rather small, which meant that some of the orchestra had to be in number 1 dressing room, where their sound was brought through its soundboards, and they had to follow Evatney's baton by looking at a complicated system of mirrors. But in spite of the difficulties involved, nobody ever complained. We used to tailor our programme to the area in which we were appearing, and the duration of our stay was dependent on how well we had gone down the year before. If we had been very successful the previous year, we would add an extra week to our visit the next time. If things had not gone as well as expected, we would halve the time. In the 9 years I was with the company, we had some memorable times. One particularly authentic note was struck at the Empire Snitterton, which had a rather loose fly tower. We were performing The Barber of Seville, which has a very dramatic storm scene. Evatney by now was becoming quite well known for her realistic settings, and we were all expecting the terrific flash and bang of the first clap of thunder. However, we were not prepared for the gale blowing outside, which suddenly blew off the top of the fly tower, allowing the rain to lash down onto the stage. We were drenched to the skin in a matter of seconds, and the water was running in torrents down into the pit, where Evatney kept the orchestra going with admirable sang-froid. It's the only time I've ever really seen her smile. The audience leapt to their feet and applauded for minutes afterwards. We were invariably complimented on our attention to detail after that. We received glowing notices wherever we went. I remember the headline in the Wolverhampton Press the day after we performed Un ballo in maschera, a masked ball, in the costumes for the dancing years. The real costumes had been diverted to Crewe, and Maud had to rush round to Woolworths to buy paper masks for the matinee performance. I was Mickey Mouse, I remember. We went on with the tricorn hats from the gondoliers, determined not to be thrown by minor mishaps like that. I remember Evatney saying to us before the curtain went up, "They can't just hear the music," and we got a wonderful round at the end. I forget exactly what the critics said, except that the performance left them speechless, and they described the costumes as unforgettable. An unforgettable production of Un ballo in maschera, a masked ball, read the headlines the next day. Our digs were always a source of great fun. Evatney and I always preferred digs, although some of the company were never happy unless they were in a flat. We used to share digs with Nunton and Boothby Pagnell, the first cello, but we always went to other people's flats if there was a party going on. I will never forget one Saturday night we spent in Leeds after performing in the Grand. We had all had a few glasses of wine and were having a high old time when somebody started the rumour that we were going to be joined by a new assistant musical director who was due to appear at the party. We all waited expectantly, and suddenly the door burst open, and in walked the most enormous woman I've ever seen. Well, I burst out laughing when I realised it was Nunton. He got into one of Evatney's cardigans and a long black dress, and was carrying Boothby's cello under his arms like a violin. He had a pair of half spectacles on the end of a chain, which looked for all the world like Evatney's. I remember that she left a short time after Nunton's entry. Boothby was the only other one who did not seem to take it too well. I think he must have been worried about his instrument in Nunton's clumsy hands. Well, he did not like having it tampered with, and really no one could blame him. Evatney was very protective about hers. Not all our digs were the same, and there were some that we looked forward to much more than others. There was a woman in Redcar who used to put the fear of God into all 4 of us whenever we went there. The first time we arrived, there were actually 8 of us altogether, and when she opened the door, she looked at us all and said, "Oh, if I had known there was going to be so many, I'd have opened a tin of salmon." She was very careful with her money. We used to pay 3 shillings a week to use the cruet. It was not long after that run in Leeds that a new girl joined the chorus, and to my surprise and joy, I discovered it was Flavia Jackets, who I had not seen since my coming-out ball. We threw our arms round each other and exchanged knitting patterns. We were so pleased to meet up again. However, Flavia was only with the company for a short time, sadly, because the Rosa Charles disbanded suddenly, a few weeks later, in May 1954. The collapse of a company that had seemed to be on the crest of a wave came as a terrible shock to all of us. I knew that the profits were not large, but Evadne seemed to be coping awfully well with the accounts. Of course, many people might have accused her of extravagance, but those of us who knew her realized how important realism and authenticity were to her. For example, in Iolanthe, there was the expense of hiring the prize specimens from the municipal botanical gardens to be met, or not to mention the waterfall, which broke loose one night in Cleethorpes in 1952, and poured into the timpani section. The audiences loved all these things, of course, but they could not be produced for nothing, and we had to spend money. We used to get standing ovations for all our sets, as Evadne tried to explain to Lois Patton Varda, as they faced each other over the dock at the Old Bailey. But, following her losses in Las Vegas, she did not seem very sympathetic to our point of view. She and Evadne spent a couple of days going through the books very carefully, and the following week I found myself with a complete change of programme. We put on the Pirates of Penzance, and I had to sing Mabel 18 times in 1 week, with shows at 2, 5 and 8 o'clock in the evening, and at the beginning of the following week, Evadne and I left. The company disbanded soon afterwards, which came as no surprise to the two of us. I think it had lost Dr. Hinge's meticulous musicianship in the pit, and though it may seem immodest, I think it would be true to say that they would have had difficulty finding another leading lady like myself who would be so willing to take on all those roles. Luck was on our side, though, and before long we were introduced to an agent who thought that he might be able to find us work. Mr. Croxley Mules seemed very obliging, and he offered us a tour of Cyprus for 12 months. 12 months of one-night stands. So we set to work putting together a programme of musical comedy and light opera, and we left by ship from Southampton a fortnight later. That was the first time that Evadne had ever been abroad, and she loved the cruise over. She used to say that if only we were not on the top deck, she could have trailed her hand in the water. She had a wonderful sense of humour, and very long arms. Cyprus was a completely new experience for both of us. Moving from camp to camp every day, we were like ships that passed them a night to the troops we entertained. It was tiring, but the boys loved it. They were a wonderful audience. Many were the times we were called upon to perform on very shoddy erections. However, we appreciated that the boys had sweated for hours to throw these things together at the last minute, and who were we to complain if occasionally they snapped in the middle? If that happened, we knew we had had it, and that was that. We were up against the wall many times, but we coped with it, and the boys were always so appreciative afterwards. One day I was washing our clothes in the spring and smashing them with a stone to get them clean, while a group of soldiers were putting up a marquee for our performance that evening. I was doing an imitation of Jessie Matthews at the time, you know. Oh, for my shoulder goes one girl. And one of the boys, Corporal Dusty Binns, so good at embroidery, asked if I might do it that night. Of course I said that it was at too short notice, but the idea stuck in my mind, and I later incorporated my impression of Jessie into the show. The first time I did it, I was working literally on a plank, nailed to 2 Tizer crates. I did a couple of high kicks, and was just going up for another, when the plank snapped, the 2 ends shot up, and down I went. The front row rushed forward and helped me to my feet so I could get started, and they were all for me carrying on with the dancing. But Evadne told me to just get on with the song. which was not easy with a mouthful of gravel, even though my diction has always been praised. At the end of our year, Cyprus seemed like one long journey from start to finish, punctuated by some songs and a few giggles. We had had a wonderful time out there, but we were both in need of a jolly good holiday when we got home.
Those were the days, were the days, were the days, were the days. Well, ladies, a brief and rare today. Our ideals unchangeable come what may. We may seem old-fashioned, but we both agree that we're as brilliant as two ladies can be.
Chapter 7. A Place in the Country. On our return from Cyprus, we had arranged to stay with friends in London for a few days, but beyond that we had no hard and fast plans. We both felt that it would be nice to go into semi-retirement, but having nowhere to live presented us with a few problems. While we were in London, we received a telegram from Maud, our wardrobe mistress in the Rosa Charles, who had left the company at the same time as we had. She had returned to her hometown of Stackton-Tressil and had met and married Arthur Print, the local gurning champion. Quite how Maud married Arthur remains a mystery to this day. She was certainly a very homely girl, but one could not have called her striking in any way. She was, well, plump, about 5'3" tall, wore round glasses, and had thick, straight, dark hair. However, Maud's charm undoubtedly lay in her spirit. She was careless, admittedly, but she had a heart of gold. Arthur, for his part, was apparently highly inebriated from the night before the wedding until the morning afterwards, and claimed to have known nothing about the ceremony. However, they were well matched, and settled down very contentedly in the station house of Stackton-Tressil, where Arthur was station master. Maud was thrilled to see us again, so we spent 10 days in Stackton-Tressil altogether, and in that time fell in love with the little town. It seemed to suit our needs in so many respects, and I think we both shared a secret hope that we might find somewhere similar to settle down. We were out walking to Stackton Park for the next village, when we saw the old manse for the first time. It was situated right on the boundary between the two villages. In fact, the boundary line runs right through the sitting rooms. Now, this arrangement has its penalties and its pleasure. The penalties include the fact that Yvette and I have to attend 2 separate medical practitioners and 2 separate libraries. The pleasures include 2 parish magazines and 4 postal deliveries each day. It was a handsome 3-storied building, set back from the road and lying in about 1.5 acres of garden. A magnificent cedar tree spread its branches in front of the house, and an elegant U-shaped drive ran up to the front door. The house did not appear to be occupied, and the garden had been allowed to become overgrown. I think the same thought ran through our minds, and an inquiry in the newsagents confirmed what we had hoped. The old man's was on the market for £1,000. Of course, £1,000 sounds nothing today, but for Yvette and me it meant virtually all our savings. However, we were in absolutely no doubt about buying it. One look was enough. We arranged payment with the church commissioners as soon as we could, and 6 weeks to the day after we had first seen it, we moved into what we had intended to be our retirement home, but which was destined to become Utopia Limited in the years to come. There was really very little that needed doing to the old manse after we moved in. The roof and walls were very sound, and although much of the decor was not to my liking, Yvette did not seem to object to the acres of brown varnish that filled the house. The garden was the only major problem, but here Yvette came into her own. She set to Combrio with her sickle, and looking for all the world like old Father Time, she had the brambles and weeds cut back within a week. Of course, it's never easy to distinguish between flowering plants and weeds when they're all mixed in together, And in the circumstances, well, Evadne did the only thing she could. But nature is a wonderful restorer, and it was only a matter of a few years before there were flowers growing in the herbaceous border once more, and the lawn started to grow grass again. Pepper never believed in weed killers, and although I know Evadne has a better than average grasp of chemistry than most of us, I could not help feeling at the time that she might have been slightly impetuous in using quite the concentration that she did. Browns have always been favourite colours with me, however, and it was certainly original to have a totally brown garden. Though fond as I am of the delicate burnt shades, I did begin to miss the greens after a while. I remember during this period when Evadne was slaving in the garden, dressed in an old hat and long tattered coat, a small child called at the old manse to visit us, and spoke to Evadne first. And I think she must have been feeling very tired at the time, because she did not look at the child, but merely muttered something under her breath while she was bent over her fork, digging up the nettle roots. I've no idea what she said to him, but the child found me in the kitchen a few minutes later to ask if my father wanted his pension collected, as he seemed rather busy at the time. Now, this did not amuse Evadne at all, and it did nothing to improve her feelings towards children in general, and those of Stockton Trestle in particular. Looking back, I can see now that Evadne and I were very fortunate when we first moved into the old manse. After almost a decade together on the road, we'd come to know each other's little peculiarities and mannerisms very well. Living together would not always be a bed of roses, we knew that, and to forestall any rift that might occur at a later date, we decided to divide the house in half right from the start. Now, this did not present us with any real problems either. Evadne took the older part of the house at the back. I took the half at the front, and the kitchen and drawing room were declared neutral zones. The parish boundary between Stockton Trestle and Stockton Parva provided a ceasefire line for the two of us in times of stress. We put 2 pianos in the drawing room, though Evadne has another in her own study under the back stairs, and we pooled the kitchen utensils as it seemed the simplest thing to do. But in all other respects, we arranged things in those early weeks that enabled us to be quite self-contained if we ever so chose. And I like to think that it was that initial stroke of foresight that has helped to preserve our friendship over all these years. Evadne and I are essentially very different people, but they do say that opposites attract. Whereas Evadne was quite content to live with the black and white check linoleum on the floor of the old bathroom, I insisted on redecorating the little bathroom attached to my bedroom before we even moved in. I had all the terrible old wallpaper, which Evadne did not seem to notice, replaced by lovely, soft, mushroomy pink emulsion. I had a carpet put down there too, as well as fitted carpets throughout my half of the house. Evadne, coming from Scotland, evidently does not feel the cold. At least she only has a few mats and the odd rug covering the floorboards and flagstones in her quarters. We made it a rule never to intrude on each other's privacy, and though Evadne spends quite a bit of time in my half of the house, I have not seen round hers since the day we looked over the house for the first time more than 25 years ago. We knew from our years of living in digs that we had very different attitudes to the way we conducted our lives. I remember the occasions when we shared twin-bedded rooms. I used to sit at my dressing table for hours, combing and brushing my hair, wearing a lovely negligee that Mother gave me for my 21st birthday, while Evadne, on the other hand, would lock the door and then undress behind the wardrobe door before getting into bed. She always wore a button-up-to-the-neck winceyette nightdress, and I suppose she still does. I appreciate that she was and is a highly intelligent woman. She was always a very original thinker, as the Suffolk Forum was quick to point out after her production of Macbeth in 1963. Dr. Hinge is the most original thinker since Caligula, the critic wrote, and how right he was. She works on her own compositions as well, which I did not discover until we had been at Stockton Trestle for several years. She has been working on one piece for 22 years now, but she says it is still not quite right, She has always been terribly thorough. I started to teach Yvette to drive as soon as we moved into the old manse. Living in the depths of the country, I thought that it was essential that we should both drive. After a couple of lessons, we always seemed to strike lucky, and there were never any other vehicles on the road. I wished at the time that I could find the roads so empty whenever I went out. I used to be held up for hours, even in the 50s, but Yvette's run of luck has continued with a remarkable consistency for the last 25 years. She has not passed her test yet, but we're still very hopeful. I believe that she holds one of the longest provisional licenses ever issued. Indeed, I've given her a stamp so she can write to the Guinness Book of Records. A lot of people have accused Yvette of being headstrong, but, knowing her as I do, I'm convinced that she has a heart of gold. It's just that it is very well protected. But I'm sure that is due to her Scottish upbringing. I remember the first time I was taken poorly at the old manse. We'd only been living there a month. Yvette was so concerned she would not let anyone visit me, even the doctor. I've seldom taken to my bed since. Herbal remedies may not have done quite what Yvette predicted at times, but her nursing seems to have given me a very good health over the years. For her own part, Yvette said living with me was always a source of surprise. Well, that was on our third day in the old manse. I've always liked change. What is a home if you cannot ring a few changes from time to time? The fact that Yvette always throws her apple cores and banana skins into the wrong corner of the room has nothing to do with my moving the bin. She should not be throwing them in there in the first place, in my opinion, but that is where we choose to differ. Probably my most important role in our new life at Stackton Trestle, however, was acting as a mediator between Yvette and Maud. Maud has always been terribly willing, though there are occasions when I feel that she should not do so much. I try to do a little cleaning before she arrives, and then I hoover when she is gone. Yvette has often said, "Hilda, I can't think why you keep that woman on," but it's very difficult to get rid of someone who's been with you for so many years. The mistake was ours in the first place, of that I'm quite sure. But at the time, just after we moved in, there seemed to be so much to do that Maud's very kind offer to come and cook and clean for us seemed too good to turn down. Of course, I always knew there was a slight friction between Yvette and Maud when we were all with the Rosa Charles. Maud always used to call me Dame Hilda, but Yvette was always Doctor to her. However, when we decided to settle in Stackton Trestle, Maud was over the moon. Yvette probably wishes that she'd stayed there, but Maud had been such an important part in our lives in the theatre that it seemed impossible not to include her when we were living in her home village. She told us with some pride that there had been bullets in Stackton Trestle for generations, and there is a record in the church of one Goody Bullet who was burned at the stake in the 17th century. And when Maud married the prince, their union joined two of the eldest families in the district. Although it was never mentioned today, Arthur's family goes right back to the Black Prince. When their son Tom was born, less than a year after the marriage, there was a rather charming joke in the village that the child was a bulletproof, but the pun on printing was lost on Maud, I always feel. Maud started popping in to do odd bits of cooking and cleaning right from the first day, and her pattern evolved with ours. She made us some lovely fairy cakes as a moving-in present, which Yvette and I thought was terribly kind. I've always thought it is a pity that Yvette never eats any of the food that Maud prepares for us, especially as she goes to so much trouble on our behalf. Maud has always been a frightfully clean person, but she does not have the knack of getting the food from the stove to the table. Now, it might be her slippers or her enthusiasm, but we do not actually get all the food on our plates. We stopped using tablecloths in the second week Maud was cooking for us. The laundry bill from the first week was enormous. But for all her little failings, Maud has been a tower of strength to us over the years. It was largely thanks to her that we were approached by the Stackton Trestle Amateur Operatic and Dramatic Society so soon after we moved in. Oh, they were a big company. There were 29 of them altogether, and they had joined forces with the Choral Society and the Women's Gas Federation to make the numbers up to 30. However, They needed somebody to organise and mount a few productions, and Maud flatteringly thought that Davidney and I would be just up their street. We were very kindly invited to the annual general dinner, which is held every year in the Co-op. Oh, there was a very nice restaurant upstairs. This was to enable Davidney and me to meet the officials of the society and find out the way in which we could best be of help. We took over its running in the new year. Maud was helping to serve the meal and thoughtfully stayed at our end of the table, which was probably just as well, but she seemed so proud to be associated with us that we did not have the heart to comment on her service in public. Davidney was able to use the evening dress for gardening anyway. The soup stain blended in with the brown grass very tastefully. So, the pattern of our lives at Stackton Trestle was established without any undue difficulty in a matter of a few weeks, and we were perfectly settled and organised by the time it came to Christmas and the first visit by both families to our new home. All of Davidney's family had been invited down from Scotland, and all of mine were hailed from Bracket, Basing and Epsom, where Elspeth and Cake Armitage had settled. I found Cake Armitage desperately dull then, and he has not improved over the years. I always felt that Elspeth was wasted on him, but she seemed happy enough that Christmas, and she has never complained about her marriage to me. They brought little Julian, my nephew, who was only 9. Now, looking at him now, it's difficult to believe he was the little boy who came that cold winter's afternoon in 1956. But there, I have to blame Elspeth in the main. She absolutely doted on the child the whole time she was with us, and he never left her side. Well, she spoiled him, of course, and I'm sure that is why he has never married. He has a very nice friend, though, Greville, and the two of them come to see us still. Julian has a guest house in South Wimbledon, which is his pride and joy. He must be a very considerate landlord, because if people do not turn up, he goes and looks for them. He can often be found offering a spare bed to people he meets. He does not like to think of anyone going without. He is terribly thoughtful in that way. Now, his friend Greville is not in the catering business, however. He does something interesting in Selfridge's windows, and Davidney and I go up sometimes to have a look and watch him. Now, strangely enough, Julian gets on very well with Davidney. In fact, he is the only person apart from me who calls her Davidney to her face. She seems to like it, however. They have a rapport. Carmen, my niece, was 12 that Christmas when she came with Gil and Nan. I was always disappointed that she never showed any inclination towards music. Even Gil was to take to the boards on one occasion and play Despard and Radigar to My Mad Margaret. But Carmen never showed any flair in that way. She was a quiet little girl that Christmas, or rather too austere for my taste. But she must have some qualities, because she started working in Coots when she was less than 18. Mother was in wonderful form that Christmas, and though the period immediately prior to the festivities was always something of a strain for her after Father's death, she rose to the occasion when she came to Stackton Trestle, and was terribly good with all of Davidney's family, none of whom she'd met before. Davidney, sadly, did not enjoy that Christmas a great deal. In fact, she enjoyed it a great deal less than any other Christmas, for the simple reason that she did not really get on with either family. As soon as both families had left after New Year's Day, she said, "Hilda, we'll have it on our own next year." However, her family came, and there was nothing Davidney could do to prevent it. Her mother, Maureen, had inherited a small castle in Scotland, where they still go to shoot grouse every season. She was still a widow when she came to us in 1956, but 14 years later, she rocked us all by marrying a young Mexican architect called Montezuma, and moved to Acapulco with him. In spite of the difference of nearly 30 years in their ages, they seem very happy, and Maureen has worn extremely well. She looks years younger than Davidney, if the truth be told. That Christmas, Maureen struck me as being particularly loud and very Scottish. She always referred to Davidney as Moner. which Evadne has never liked, and there was an incident during the Christmas meal when Maureen brought up this point and Evadne left the table. "I don't know why she complains about being called Munner," Maureen announced sternly. "It's a perfectly good ancestral name. The Hinges have been Munners for years. The trouble with her is she's like her father, self-willed. She's always tended to treat Evadne as if she were a child." Evadne's younger sister Lavinia came too with her husband, Gore Wilmington, and their 2 boys, Thomas and Nigel. The 2 little boys insisted on calling Evadne Auntie Evadne, which she did not like very much either. She was not very keen on children anyway, although she later became very big in the Stackton Trestle cubs. She used to take them out for nature rambles while she was collecting herbs, until one day they were practicing their knots and left her tied to a stile for 3 hours in the rain. She taught them first aid and the use of plaster after that. Part of the trouble between Evadne and her nephews was due to the fact that Evadne and Lavinia did not see eye to eye. They'd fallen out over a spode tea set, and that had virtually set them apart from one another ever since. Apparently Lavinia had borrowed the tea set for the christening of her youngest boy Nigel. This was a family treasure of the Hinges, and both Evadne and Lavinia had been given half the tea set each. However, when Evadne's pieces were returned after the christening party, 2 of the cups had their handles missing. One had been glued on, but it had fallen off again in transit. The first event of our Christmas celebrations was attending midnight mass. We all dressed in warm winter clothes and walked across the fields to a lovely church of St. Oswald on the Trestle. It looked just like a storybook church on that cold frosty night as we crunched through the gravel to a little side door. Of course there was quite a party of us. I was carrying an old lantern which we kept for emergencies, like Evadne trying to mend a fuse, and she was carrying her torch so that we could keep an eye open for any late herbs or bits and pieces in the hedgerows. Evadne arrived there first and went to the organ loft. The rest of us made quite an entrance as she was warming up the organ, which was completely unintentional. We shared the pew with the family from the big house, the Direnthorfs, but I did not mind sharing their pew this once. We had a stove. Evadne was playing. It came upon a midnight clear when the electric bellows broke, and they had to shift hastily to the manual one. The church wardens, who were both pensioners, did terribly well to keep it going through the service, and the oxygen they bought in my ambulance at the end had them as right as 9pence in no time at all. When the service was over, we all went back to the old man's for a nightcap. We must have looked just like the shepherds in Bethlehem that night, as we walked back in the moonlight, wishing good night to all those who were going the other way to the village. Donald Smollett, the vicar, and his wife Cressida joined us for a glass of Evadne's parsnip wine to toast a happy season. They left soon after that. It was the only year they came, though we have been asking them to come ever since. Though it was terribly late, we followed the time-honoured Bracket tradition of opening our presents before we went to bed. That Christmas I'd given Evadne a set of gift-wrapped chisels in a nice wooden box, because she was always so good at do-it-yourself jobs around the house. She had kindly knitted me a cardigan, which touched me very much, especially as it was the only thing she'd ever knitted in her entire life. I tried to wear it the following day, but it kept falling off my shoulders. I think it might have suited someone more the shape of, well, Quasimodo. But it was a sweet thought of hers, and I still use it for collecting grass off the lawn after it has been cut. I was first down in the morning to start cooking the main Christmas meal, and I had not been up about only a matter of minutes when Maud arrived to help. We did not have a turkey that year. Evadne and I decided to have a goose instead. We did not have it again. Over the years, I'd become very partial to a capon. They'd much more flavour than turkeys, and they're not as greasy as geese. Maud took care of the bird, basting it every quarter of an hour for 5 hours, while I got on with the mince pies and the cake. In the confusion, however, one side of the cake stayed too near the fire for too long, and we had to use the little pedestals from Elspeth's wedding cake to prop it up. Gil said they made the cake look rather Roman-esque, but Evadne merely remarked, that it looked more like an early invasion of Rome. I had made jellies especially for the children, and because I was rather partial to jelly myself, I used to try to get Evatne to eat jelly to help her fingernails, but she's not a jelly type. She complains that it is cold and wobbly. I think there might have been something in her childhood that put her off. The greatest problem of the morning was filling the Christmas pudding with all the little bits and pieces that people expect to find inside. I still had some silver threepenny pieces, which the children liked, of course. Then there was a thimble for a potential tailor, a button for a bachelor, which little Julian got, I remember, and there was a wedding ring for the bride-to-be. I forget who got that, but I know it wasn't Evatne, because I served the puddings. I was in a lather of perspiration by the time I had finished. Evatne had spent the morning alone in her study playing hymns. She was not unlike my father in that respect. He always disappeared when he was most needed. I left Maud patiently basting the bird, and with half a pint of cooking sherry in her tea mug, and went off for a lovely relaxing bath. Evatne sounded the gong at 12:30, and we all filed into the drawing room for a pre-lunch drink. I had taken the precaution of letting Maud go early that day, since it was Christmas, and the tea mug of sherry was empty. Arthur found her in a ditch in the middle of the afternoon, but she was quite well again by Boxing Day. We began the meal with a cracker each, though I had a little trouble with my crepe paper, and Evatne had trouble with her motto, "You can drive a horse to water, but a pencil must be lead." It took her until tea time to work that out, and even then she didn't smile. The first course was one of my favourite soups, orange and tomato. The recipe for this goes back many years, and it's been a great favourite in the Bracket household for almost as long as there have been Brackets at the Towers. It is made from oranges and tomatoes, and needs to be garnished with a good sprinkling of chopped parsley. This was followed by the fish course, which was salmon trout, and absolutely delicious. I think I prefer it smoked to any other way of eating it, at least any way that Maud cooks it. Then came the bird, which Gill and Gore Wilmington carved between them. We had crispy roast potatoes, Brussels sprouts, which Julian used to call Christmas sprouts, because that was the only time that he ate them, roast parsnips, and a delicious claret, which Kate Armitage had graciously bought from Gill's cellar. Though the meal itself was very well received, there was an uneasy atmosphere around the table for much of the time, caused mainly by Evatne, who kept getting up and leaving. I think I might have been partly to blame in the first place, when I absent-mindedly commented, as I lifted my fourth glass of wine to my lips, "Well, there's only one person missing, and that's Lester." Evatne just rose and went out of the room without saying a word, but she was back in time for the goose. It's marvellous the way that she keeps her hopes alive. They did think a few years ago that Lester might be alive, and there was talk at the time of him mining opals in Australia. But since then we've heard no news. Maureen gave up hope and interest several years ago, but Evatne still keeps looking for knotted grasses and crossed twigs the way that gypsies do. But I don't think it's really very good for her. Anyhow, she had settled down and was starting to eat her main course when her mother called her Moner. "I do wish you'd stop calling me Mona," said Evatne, exasperated by her mother, who had already consumed the best part of a bottle of claret. "Your name's Moner," her mother said. "You were christened Moner, and I'll always call you Moner." To which Evatne took deep exception and sat sullenly staring at her plate. "Oh, would some power at the gift he gie us, to see ourselves as others see us," said Maureen, rather too loudly. I felt directly at Evatne, who looked up, grabbed her napkin, and left the table for the second time. By the time we'd reached the nuts and fruit, things had settled down again, and Maureen had fallen asleep with her head propped on Kate Armitage's shoulder. Evatne was happily cracking Brazil nuts between her teeth, and the children were having a whale of a time playing with the little toys they found in their crackers. The spirit of Christmas had descended on us all. Joy, peace, and goodwill bound us all in one happy family union. Gore Wilmington, who'd been largely silent through the meal, mainly because he'd been steadily working his way through a bottle of wine like Maureen, rose unsteadily to his feet, and clearly, without thinking what he was saying, proposed a toast to absent friends. "Here's a toast to absent friends," he began, and I saw Evadne flinch in dreadful anticipation. "To absent friends," continued Gore Wilmington, warming to his subject, "and all our dear loved ones across the sea or on some distant shore who cannot be with us today." We all rose to drink to the toast, except for Evadne, who rose to leave the room for the third time. I think it might have been the parsnip wine disagreeing with the communion wine from the night before. She certainly looked very pale. When she returned, I felt that the time had come to say a few words myself on this momentous occasion. I rose to a small ripple of applause. I told them how pleased Evadne and I were to be surrounded by our loved ones at this special season. I carefully omitted saying all our loved ones, for fear of what might happen. I said also how nice it was to see all the young ones in whom we elders laid such hopes for the future, and on that note I asked them to stand and raise their glasses to toast the future. Kay Armitage and Gill helped Maureen to her feet and supported her during the toast, and Evadne came round to join me as we all sat round the table and raised the glasses to our lips. "The future!" we all cried. Little did I think then what the future had in store. Little did I think that within 3 months I would be treading the boards again in a double bill of the Gondoliers and Veronique. Little did I think that Gill and I would appear together on stage in Ruddigore. Little did I think that the Stockton Advertiser would comment on my performance in my favourite role, Mad Margaret. Words fail me. Little did I think that Evadne would be elected mayor, and I would be mayoress, and be able to wear all my hats. Little did I think in 1974, when I was within 4 years of receiving my state pension, that Evadne and I would be thrust into the limelight once more. Little did I think that we would be called upon to tour the Far East and visit Australia and Thailand. Or little did I think that we would be invited to perform in the presence of Her Royal Highness Princess Anne and Captain Mark Phillips, her husband. Little did I think that we would appear on so many television shows and be asked to select our 8 records for dear Mr. Roy Plumley. Little did I think that in November 1979 we would have the honour of appearing in the Royal Variety Show and meeting Her Majesty the Queen. And little did I think, dear listener, that you would ever be able to share these memories and reminiscences with me. A lump rose in my throat as I drank the toast, and a small tear rolled down my cheek. "That's for sure," shouted Maureen as she collapsed on the floor, dragging the tablecloth and everything on it down on top of her. Well, as you can imagine, I was not happy. Evadne rushed to the rescue.
Testing, 1, 2, 1, 2, ABC. Overture and beginners, please. On stage, please. Thank you.
Oh,
Thank
my
you very
goodness.
much. Thank you.
Is that the time? I nearly missed my cue. I've been sitting here chatting away. Well, it's curtain up. Another performance. Here we go. Keep the home fires burning.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Could I have your attention for a brief moment, please? This is Dame Hilda Bracket, and I'm afraid I have to announce to you all this evening my colleague, Dr. Hinge, has succumbed to the flu. Unfortunately, she won't be appearing this evening, but the management have come up with a wonderful replacement in Mr. David Rumelle, who will be playing the role of the evil Sister Hernia. So for me it'll be quite an experience doing it with a man on stage, you see.
Yes, I can.
No, you can't.
Yes, I can. Yes, I can.
Anything you can say, I can say quicker. I can say anything quicker than you. If
can't.
Yes, I can.
You can't.
Yes, I can.
You can't.
Yes, I
You can't. You can't. I can jump a hurdle.
I can wear a girdle.
I can knit a sweater.
I can fill it better.
I can do most anything.
Can you make a pie?
No.
Neither can I.
Oh, anything you can wear, I can wear better. In what you wear, I look better than you.
In my blouse?
In your vest.
In my shirt?
In your pants.
No, you can't.
Yes, I can. Yes, I can.
I can drink my liquor faster than a flicker.
I can drink it quicker and get even sicker.
I can open any safe.
And then you get caught.
Oh, yes.
That's what I thought. Any note you can sing, I can sing higher. I can sing any note higher than you.
No, you can't.
Yes, I can.
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 I can tame a dragon even with a fag on.
I can tame a lion without even trying.
I can turn a big strong man to a very small rat.
And if you can do that,
Anything you can sing, I can sing sweeter. I can sing anything sweeter than you.
no, you.
Yes, I can.
No, you can't.
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 Yes, I can.
I think that's the ferry coming in from Peacehaven.
Yes!